Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you through a series of exchanges between yourself, the CFO, and General Dlamini in March in relation to invoicing. But before I do so, because it will be relevant to some of my questions, I need to take you to page 86. And you'll see at the foot of page 86, this is now the 16th of December 2024, at what would have been 10:26 a.m., you were responding to a query from Mr. Mnisi about your wife. You said, "She's great, thanks. I got a call at 6:30 to come see number one." Over the page, he says, "Who, my bro? Number one, JS." And you say, "JS, we'll handle with him, let you know." And he says, "Hey, should we be worried?" And you say, "Not at all. He sounded in a good mood. Around afternoon time, we'll give you a feedback." Now, who was JS, who was the number one to whom Mr. Mnisi was referring?
I think it was General Sibia, but this J, it was, I don't know, but it was General Sibia. I call him number one.
Why would you respond JS if it was General Sibia? General Sibia doesn't have a first name beginning with J, does he? Because you see it at the time stamped 8/28/45, you respond JS. Now, if it was General Sibia, you wouldn't have said JS, would you?
I take it because it's number one, and I usually have interactions with him about General Sibia.
You see, Sergeant, I think you know and I know that JS is Joe Sibanyoni, and that's who the number one to whom the CFO was referring.
If it was Joe Sibanyoni, he was going to write Joe Sibanyoni, but because of myself and others refer General Sibia as number one, so that is I'm taking from that.
Why was he saying, why did he use JS and why did you use JS?
I really don't know.
Well, you must know why you used JS.
Please respond, Sergeant Nkosi. You must know why you use JS.
I've responded that to me, who was JS?
No, why you call him JS? Why do you call General Sibia JS?
I take it, Commissioner, is because of I saved him as...
I'm sorry, number one.
Number one.
Or is it JS? What was your last
So,
name? JS.
So JS is
Yes.
is what you used in response to the query, JS question mark. You said
So,
JS.
Why do you call him JS?
I'll stick to that number one thing, Commissioner.
But number one doesn't mean JS.
No. Number one, in reference to why I say this General Sibia is because of, we call him number one.
But why is he JS then?
That is my answer that I gave to the commission. I'm sorry about that.
I don't remember you giving an answer as to why he is JS. Let's forget about number one for a second. Why is he JS?
Okay, maybe as it goes, or as the question goes, I'll remember clearly, but for now, let's stick to that number one.
No, the question is here, and it is on JS now. Why do you refer to him as JS?
My answer is still that one, Commissioner.
Sorry?
My answer is still that one, that
The only answer I remember is about number one. I don't remember an answer about JS. Why do you call him JS?
I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Shasasi.
Well, then, can I take you to page 277?
Two
277. Let's start on 276.
Okay.
These are chats. It's your chat with Mr. Mnisi. It's the 30th of April 2025. And on 276, you'll see a message where you send a pin to Mr. Mnisi. That message has the timestamp 3:28:33. It would have been 5:28 in the afternoon on the 30th. Looking at that pin and the lake to the right of the pin, can you identify what the location of the pin is?
What page is that, Commissioner?
It's 276.
I see it.
Whose address is being indicated on that pin?
I can't remember.
Could it be Mr. Sibanyoni's address?
I can't remember.
Maybe if you go over the page, it will assist you, because you see that straight after sending that pin, you send a screenshot of your chats with Mr. Sibanyoni to Mr. Mnisi. And it says, well, you have an exchange with Mr. Sibanyoni from the day before, where you say, "I'm ready." Khotsong Sion, "I'm ready." There's a voice call. He sends back an access code to Centurion Residential Estate, and you say, "Copied, see you at 4. And that message that screenshot is sent to Mr. Mnisi. If you go up to the top of page 277, it's sent on the 30th of April. Timestamp says 3:29, but it is 2 hours out, so it's 5:29 p.m. So at the bottom it says, "Copied, see you at 4, and at 5:29 p.m. your message to Mr. Mnisi was still here. So why would it be important for you to tell Mr. Mnisi that you were still at the location of Mr. Sibanyoni?
can't remember as in why did I tell him, but there are possibilities that maybe myself and Mr. Mnisi were supposed to be or to go somewhere. Then something came up. Then I informed him that this thing has came up. I have to go somewhere.
Yes, but you didn't just say I have to go somewhere. You actually sent him a screenshot that identified the person where you were as Mr. Sibanyoni and identified that you'd been communicating to set up the meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni the previous day. Let's go up a page, that might help you. In fact, let's go up lots of pages. Let's go to page 230, which is still the previous day.
230.
30.
Oh, sorry. 230.
230.
I'm on it.
And there at the foot of the page at 230, you'll see half a picture of a red bakkie, a sort of fairly impressive looking red bakkie, or red SUV. 29th of April at, it says, 6:22 p.m. And then we see many, many pictures of this car that you are sending to Mr. Mnisi. Go down many pages. And if you go all the way down to page 252, you'll see that in addition to the red SUV, you also sent him a picture of a Dodge Ram. Several pictures of the Dodge Ram with its price. And then you gave specs of the vehicle. At the top of page 257, you say this vehicle is a 2022 model with around 60,000 K. It's a Longhorn edition, 5.7 liters, available at 2.35 million. He says, which one is this? And then you go back to the red vehicle. Down you go. And more and more pics of the red vehicle, and eventually we reach page 275. Where you confirm that this is the 2022 vehicle after several more pictures of the vehicle, and he says, this is the one, and he points his finger at it. Now, you've sent 45 pages of pictures of vehicles. You must remember what that was about. So why were you exchanging pictures of vehicles with Mr. Mnisi?
I sent him because of he's more knowledgeable about cars, and my brother and I were looking for a bakkie.
And were you wanting to spend in the region of 2 million rands on the bakkie?
No, I don't have that money.
Well, then why were you sending him a picture of a bakkie that retailed at 3 million?
It was something that was very beautiful, so I had to.
Sorry, it was something?
That bakkie was beautiful, so I had to show him what is his view, what kind of bakkies are here.
Yes, I know, but you sent him, 45 pages of pictures of that bakkie and the price. Why did you do that?
For him to have a view about that bakkie.
To what end?
To what end?
Yes, what view were you looking for, or why were you interested in his view?
It's like when you do the window shopping and you see maybe a Ferrari, then you start to send it to people. Hey, look at this bakkie, how beautiful it is. What do you think about it?
Now, Sergeant, I've seen lots of your chats, and I've seen you send lots of pictures of motorbikes when you're thinking of buying them for someone or advising someone on whether they need to buy them. But even those motorbike pictures never run more than 5 or 6 pages at a time. This is 45 pages, principally of one vehicle. Why were you so interested in this vehicle?
My answer is still that one that I gave before.
And so after sending 45 pages of this vehicle, what did, at the end of it all, Mr. Mnisi says, this is the one. Was he thinking that this 2022 vehicle was the one that you should get?
No. According to my understanding is, this is the one that is beautiful than the other white one.
Yes, so you were exchanging many pictures of expensive vehicles just to get Mr. Mnisi's view on which one was the more beautiful.
Can you repeat that?
There are 45 pages of photographs, principally of this red vehicle, with maybe, let's say, more than 40 pages of the red vehicle, 2 or 3 of the white vehicle. Were you sending those pictures to Mr. Mnisi just to get his view on the aesthetic qualities of both vehicles? Which was the more beautiful?
That's correct.
Sergeant, I have to put it to you that that is not truthful evidence. You stand by that answer?
Okay. I stand by my answer.
And did those vehicles have nothing to do with the screenshot from Mr. Sibanyoni and the location pin at Mr. Sibanyoni's address that immediately follows them in your chats? Are they wholly unrelated?
I don't know if I get you.
You want it interpreted, Ms. Marin?
We swapped with Ms. Marie. Umbuzo uthi, uma uthumelele ithombe ezingaka ezale bhaki kanti zimbili zintathu nje ezebhaki emhlophe. Manje ke ubukade ufuna uvo lwakhe nje mayelana naloko bekade kuyisidingo lokho. Na.
Unjalo.
Correct.
Can you please repeat the question?
The question was, were those 45 pages of photographs of vehicles wholly unrelated to the screenshot of Mr. Sibanyoni's chat with you that follows them immediately in the chats, and to the pin of Mr. Sibanyoni's address that follows those photos immediately in the chats? Was there no relationship between the photographs and the chats that came straight after them in the WhatsApps?
And the pin. And the pin.
Yes, the pin and the screenshot.
amafotho langu angaba u-45 ngesibalo nawabaliwe. Lawa athe emva kwamafotho lawo kwabe sekulandela-ke inkulumisano noma i-chat noma yona ipin ebonakalisa-ke lapho-ke kwakaSibanyoni. Kumane nje kwalandelana nje kodwa aqhumananga. Inkulumo nje, amafotho nje avelile nenkulumo leyo azidibananga zombili. I don't know if I understand it. Kucala ifoto emva kwaloko kulandela inkulumo naloyo mzi loyo-ke wakaSibanyoni. Lezi zinto ezimbili siwelo nje ukuthi ziyeza landelana kanjalo, akusukuthi zona ngenhloso zidibene.
Okay.
Uyathola.
Njalo.
Correct.
And if we go to your, they are unrelated.
They are unrelated.
And if we go to your chat with Mr. Sibanyoni, the screenshot of the chat.
Doesn't work. Now it works. Thank you.
The screenshot at page,
Let me just tender an apology. I did not notice that the interpreters have swapped. This is. Can you please pronounce it for me, Ms. Tshwane, or how do you pronounce? Sorry. Tshwane. Tshwane. Apologies. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sergeant, maybe before Mr. Chaskalson comes in, this motor vehicle, the red bakkie, you obviously were very close to it when you took the pictures. It was in your presence when you took these pictures.
That's correct.
Who does it belong to?
To the dealership.
So this was at a dealership. It looks like a residential area. Was this at a dealership?
Yes.
And you had just gone there to look for vehicles, to look for a beautiful vehicle to share with the CFO.
That's correct.
And you even asked the price just to share with the CFO to show him this is a beautiful vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. You just happened to do this. You didn't think he was interested in it, or someone that you know or you are interested in a bakkie?
No, my brother was looking to purchase a bakkie.
Is
So
that
we're just shopping around.
Okay.
So it happens that our eyes grabbed that.
Okay, so this was not just a random sharing. It's a vehicle that your brother and your brother were looking at, and you wanted the CFO's opinion. Is that what you're saying?
That's
expla-
correct at that time, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
and if we go back to the screenshot of Mr. Sibanyoni's message to you, of chats with you which you sent to Mr. Mnisi on the 30th of April, you see that on the timeline,
Just a moment. Are you there, Sergeant?
I wanna first hear which page is that.
277.
Okay, I see. I'm here.
You see that on the screenshot where it says yesterday, now we know that the screenshot is date stamped the 30th of April. So yesterday would have been the 29th of April. You say to Mr. Sibanyoni at 1831, Khotsong Sion, I am ready. You see that?
That's correct.
What were you ready for?
I don't remember.
But the next day, he sent you an access code, entry code, to a residential estate for a 4 o'clock meeting. You see that?
That's correct.
Was that a 4 o'clock meeting held at his personal residence?
That's correct.
And is that personal residence in the location at the pin that we see on page 276? Maybe shouldn't have lied it.
That pin, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it. That pin, but I'm sure about this.
And what was your meeting with Mr. Sibanyone about on the 30th of April, 2025?
I can't remember.
Do you have many meetings with Mr. Sibanyone at his home?
No.
About how many have you had at his home?
1 or 2, I'm not sure.
Well, if this was one of possibly only 2, maybe the only one, surely you remember why you went to visit Mr. Sibanyone for a meeting at his home.
I can't remember.
And why would you have sent details of your conversation with Mr. Sibanyone together with the PIN to Mr. Mnisi?
I can't remember asking why, but I assume because of I usually, when I've got another commitment and I was supposed to go to another one or something to do, the person that I'm supposed to meet, I would send them the current situation that this is where I'm caught up, I'm supposed to be here or I'm here. I think it was on those bases.
If we go up to page 256, and we look at the Dodge Ram
256.
the white vehicle that retails for $1,099,000.
Page 36.
256.
Okay.
And it starts at page 252. It runs through to 256. Do you recognize that vehicle?
That's correct.
Whose vehicle is it?
My brother's vehicle.
It's your brother's vehicle.
That's correct.
I see. So your brother bought this vehicle for R1,099,000 at the time.
No, it was advertised as 1,099,000, but he got it, if I'm not mistaken, plus minus 7 or 6. I can't remember.
So you managed to bargain the price, or your brother managed to bargain the price down from 1,099,000 all the way down to 700,000 or 600,000.
Can you repeat?
So your brother managed to bargain down the price from 1,099,000 all the way down to 600 or 700,000.
I think so.
And you don't know who bought the red vehicle that was retailing for 2.2 million.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yes.
You stand by that.
I stand by that.
Let's go back to the invoices for now. We'll come back to the vehicles at a later stage.
Okay.
So maybe before you do the invoices, let's go back to that page 87. I had a question that I wanted to ask and I forgot. Page 87?
Of the same file, eh?
Yeah. Now, you've said this is where that JS appears, and you say number one, JS, it's General Sibia. Now, if you look at the third chat from the bottom, where Mr. Mnisi says, in fact, let's go up first. You say at the top, maybe let's do it this way. Who, my bra, and then he says number one, he says JS, and then you respond JS, and you say to us JS is General Sibia, and then you say we'll handle him with let you know, and then he says, Aish, should we be worried? And then you answer not at all. He sounded in good mood. Around afternoon time, we'll give you feedback. Now, where the CFO or Mr. Mnisi asks, firstly, what do you say you will handle? Where you say we'll handle him with let you know, I think a word is missing there. What were you going to handle with this person that you say is General Sibia?
Commissioner, I really can't remember.
You can't?
I can't.
And when he says, Aish, should we be worried? This is in December 2024. When he says, Aish, should we be worried? What is he concerned about that relates to General Sibia?
I think it relates whereby I said, I'm summoned. So then he said, should we be worried? I think he took it from that phrase.
And you say not at all, he sounded in a good mood. What did you think that Mr. Mnisi was thinking when he says, should we be worried? What is he thinking about when you say not at all?
I would not remember clearly, my commissioner. I don't want to give you a cocky answer, or speculate. I want to give you a straight answer. So
Yeah.
this one.
Did you and Mr. Mnisi have any dealings at all of any nature with General Sibia?
No.
That would cause him to first initiate, when you say number one, for him to say you mean JS, and then for you to say I will handle it with him, and then him to ask should we be worried, and then you say not at all. What was the relationship, if at all, in your dealings between you, General Sibia, and Mr. Mnisi?
There were no dealings, commissioners.
There were no dealings.
Yes.
So when he asks, should we be worried, he's just talking he's talking out of the air. There's no basis for him to say this because there are no dealings whatsoever.
I think maybe it came, to him it came a bit skew when I said I'm someone, so maybe to automatically thought there was a problem.
Yeah, you see, that's not all that happened. You said, I will handle it. I will handle him. So you're conveying something very specific, whether JS is Sibanyoni or Sibia, and I'm happy for our discussion to leave it at General Sibia. When you say we'll handle him, you know he knows something that would cause you to be summoned in the way that you've been summoned, or at least about this person, JS, and your dealings with JS. That's why you say, I will handle him. You can only say that because there is something to deal with between you, Mr. Mnisi, and JS. That's why you say, I will handle him.
As it goes along, I wish I would remember, and then I will maybe pause and come back to my honorable commissioner with that question.
All right, but for now, that's your answer is you don't remember.
For now, my answer is I'll come back to the commissioner about that answer.
Okay, well, let me say to you in fairness that my take from this, your response, is you don't want to tell us what this is about. There's very specific communication here. You just don't want to tell us what it is you said you will handle with him. And when he asks you, should we be worried, you don't want to tell us what it is about.
I think, my commissioner, there is no reason why I would not tell you what it was.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask you to go to page 141? And there at the foot of page 141, with the timestamp 7:38, which would be 9:38 in the morning, you'll see that Mr. Mnisi sends you a message, "Is General winning?" And you say, "Morning, my brother, I'm on to him." And maybe for this portion of the questioning, you should have files 1 and 2 open simultaneously, because we're going to look at your chats with General Dlamini at the same time as we look at your chats with Mr. Mnisi.
Okay.
So if you can then go to 584.
84.
584. And you'll recall that at 9:46 you had said to Mr. Mnisi, in response to "Is General winning?" you'd said, "I'm on to him." And then at 9:46 we see that you WhatsApp a screenshot of your conversation with Mr. Mnisi to General Dlamini. You see that screenshot.
That's correct.
What was Mr. Mnisi worried about in relation to whether the General was winning or not? What did the General have to be winning on?
I think maybe for now, I can't remember, but as it goes, maybe during your questioning, I'll remember.
Sure, fair enough. Let's go back to page 142.
File 1.
Of file 1. So we're going to be jumping backwards and forwards all the time, so please keep them both open. So 142, at 9:48:45, it says 7:48, but remember in your chats with Mr. Mnisi, you have to add 2 hours. 9:48:45, you say, "He confirmed it will be sorted. Now, he'll give feedback soon before 12 o'clock. And then at 9:55, Mr. Mnisi says, "Okay, it's not yet in my system." Does that help you remember what this was about? Mr. Mnisi was expecting General Dlamini to do something that would be reflected in his system. Should we go further?
Go further.
So if you go to 585, don't bother, but if you were to go there, you would see that this chat again is then screenshot and sent to General Dlamini. I mean, we can go there if you want to. You can take my word for it. Let's stay on page 142. At 10:07, it says 8:07, that's 10:07, you send the CFO a picture of sort of an image of fingers crossed. And underneath it says, "He said he won't disappoint." CFO responds, "Thanks, Mkhwanazi." Then, if we go to 508, 508,
508.
508. You have it. Chat number 4, 12:20. General Dlamini writes to you. Morning, Captain. Please just confirm from Mfowethu ukuthi I'm processing the issue and I have spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher. And as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. Okay, let's take this one step at a time. Kane would be Kane Mpofu.
I don't know him.
You don't know him. Do you know who Vusi is?
I don't know him.
Do you know who Tommy is?
I don't know him.
We'll have to ask those questions to the General. You say, please confirm from Mfowethu ukuthi I am processing the issue. What was he processing?
I think carry on with your question so that when I answer, I'll be in a position to answer in one package.
Okay. So the first question is, what was he processing? He then says, I've spoken to Kane and Vusi to increase the target value as the amount's a bit higher. What was the target value? That's the second question. And as soon as you know all of them are released, what's got to be released? I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. Now, is he saying at the end that when the first steps have been done, he will get the CFO to intervene to ensure that Tommy pays urgently? Let's start at the end. Is that what he's saying at the end? When everything else has been done, he will let you know, in other words, you, Mr. Sergeant Nkosi, for the CFO's intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently.
Okay, yes.
So when everything's been done, he's going to come back to you, and you will secure the intervention of the CFO to ensure that Tommy pays urgently. Is that what he's saying he wants to happen?
Okay.
Now let's get back to the earlier questions. What was the issue that he was processing?
Thank you. One, at some stage I was with the CFO in the car. The CFO received a call from the person whom I did not know. And he said he was complaining about the payments that were not made to his company or her company, and her company worked. So as a result, I think it was a lot of money that was owed to them. As a result, they complained to CFO, threatening to take the city to court if they don't get their payment. When the CFO hangs up the phone, I then asked him what was that all about, because of it sounded there was very not nice words between the two. He said, there is this company that has been owed by the city, and it is long overdue. That is according to the CFO now. So they are frustrated. They are threatening to take the city to court. They have also engaged or convey the same message to the city manager of Tshwane. I then said, how long? Then he told, I can't remember that he told me, that no man, I know someone who can make a speed payment, even though he's a CFO, he's working there, but from the outside, I'm telling him that I've got a brother there he can intervene and help you. Then, okay. Mr. Chairperson, I think maybe you wanted to interject.
No, continue. I don't want to interrupt you.
Then I've engaged with General Dlamini, Umashi. Then I said, the CFO is got this crisis of payment, and the company that they are owing, they're threatening to take the city to court. Then General Dlamini said, let him send you that invoice or the particulars of the company. Then I took same and forwarded to General Dlamini. General Dlamini made follow-up with that effect. He found that my interpreter is distracting me.
Please continue, Sergeant Nkosi.
She's taking me off tune now. I had to start afresh. Hey. Thank you. Okay. Now,
You said the invoice was sent to you, you then gave it to General Dlamini?
yes. I think let them sit down. They are distracting me. But on the same note, I'm pressed, can I just...
Let's adjourn.
I'm just...
Nkosi, I cannot resist making this observation. When you were testifying remotely, not once did you ever announce that you were pressed. But from Monday up to today, probably tomorrow as well, you have been saying it and you will probably be saying it fairly frequently. What is happening? I'm not, please, I'm not suggesting that when you are pressed, you should not tell us that you are pressed, but I just want to understand.
I think it's the matter of, we told guys we need more water. So it's that issue that when we get dehydrated, we feel dizzy, So I think it's that why
Because
I
you are
drink more
drinking
water,
too
yes.
much water. Okay.
But not that maybe I'm deliberately wasting the commission's time, and of which I understand that we are under pressure, we must finalize, we must finish, especially today. So the more I go to the toilet, I delay time, especially on my side.
Okay, that makes me feel good about being short. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chasals.
Sergeant, it wasn't clear to me that you'd finished your explanation yet, but if you had, I'm happy to ask the next question.
Do you remember where we were? You were explaining about the invoice, that there was this phone call, you heard about it, and you said you were going to intervene because you know somebody. You then asked them to send the invoice to you. You were going to give it to the general, and then there was that phone call, yes.
No, thank you, Commissioner. Hey, you remind me well. Okay, thank you. As I was proceeding, now I took same to General Dlamini. General Dlamini checked the invoice, and he also found that indeed that company worked, and it was never paid. Then he came back to me, he said, indeed, this complaint is valid because of this company never worked. And at some stage I had issues with it or what so forth, but I know about that company. Tell him that I will see what I can do. So now, all what I've said, it answers according to me what my honorable commissioner was asking about here.
So this was a complaint about one invoice.
That's correct.
One invoice that had been unpaid for a while. And did you know the company from which the invoice came?
Yes, if I remember clearly, I think it was about Kubis.
Kubis. And had you had any prior dealings with Kubis? Were you familiar with the people who own Kubis?
No.
Had you heard about Kubis before?
Not that I can remember.
Did you have any dealings with Kubis afterwards?
No.
And did you receive any information about Kubis afterwards?
I think that payment was made to them. They were paid.
They were paid. That's all that you knew. And the sum total of your knowledge of Kubis is that they had this problem with payment that came to a head on the 5th of March 2025, and you assisted to have General Dlamini and Mr. Mnisi sort that out. Is that the sum total of your dealings with Kubis?
maybe it's a point of correction. I did not have the CFO and the General Dlamini. I was helping the CFO
You were helping the CFO
by giving the document to General Dlamini.
by giving the document to General Dlamini. Why couldn't the CFO give it to General Dlamini himself? Do they not speak to each other?
Okay. I think it was not an issue for the CFO. I'm just assuming to give it to General Dlamini. But at that time, when the information was received, it happened that I was driving on one vehicle with the CFO.
Sorry, at the time, you were handling it because you were driving with the CFO.
When I heard that thing over the phone,
You heard it over the phone. Who was driving the car, you or the CFO?
it was me.
So you were driving the vehicle. You heard the CFO taking a call in the car from a disgruntled supplier.
That's correct.
And whose car was being driven, yours or the CFO's?
The CFO's.
So you were driving the CFO in his car.
That's correct.
Do you often drive the CFO in his car?
Can you come back again?
Do you often drive the CFO in his car? I mean, if it's his car, why are you driving, not him?
Not often. Sometimes when we are together.
Is he happy for you to drive his car?
Yes.
What kind of car does he have?
X6.
And so I presume that because it was his car, the Bluetooth went onto the car and so you could hear the speaker.
No.
No. So it was off Bluetooth and he was just having a conversation in the passenger seat in the car on his phone.
Yes.
But you could still hear it.
That's correct.
And around when was this conversation? I mean, what time of day was it? I mean, do you recall?
I can't remember clearly when, what time.
And how long were you driving the CFO? I mean, how long did this continue?
I think we were going to at his place of residence in Mpumalanga.
You were going to Mpumalanga, so this was a long drive.
Yes.
And inside the car, did you hand over the wheel to the CFO at any given point? You're driving, you overhear this conversation, you now want to help. Did you say, let me make a few calls for you, can you start driving and I'll be the passenger now?
No.
No. So while you were driving, you made some calls to General Dlamini to try and sort all of this out.
That's correct.
How did you do that?
I phoned him.
You phoned him, so you were sort of, you may want to plead your privilege against self-incrimination in relation to using a cell phone while you're driving, but that wasn't what I had in mind.
I think that day I violated. Sorry, yes.
So you phoned him while you were driving,
Yes.
and then you sent through an invoice to him from the supplier. Is that what happened? Well, that's certainly what happened on the chats.
I can't remember that I've sent it on the very same day or when, but I remember I've sent it to him. But I can't remember.
So this may have been, so what we see on the 30th of April may have been not the day that the call came. Sorry, not the 30th of April, the 5th of March. What we see on the 5th of March may be a different day from when you were in the car and overheard the call.
I can't deny or not agree, but I remember something like that.
Well, if it didn't happen on the 5th of March, why was this not, when you were driving, why was this not something that the CFO could sort out without your intervention? Why couldn't the CFO speak to Mr. Dlamini? Why did he need you to intervene?
The CFO did not need me to intervene. I volunteered. I don't want to push a narrative that it seems the CFO wanted me to intervene. I volunteered it because I overheard.
So you overheard the CFO speaking to a disgruntled supplier of the city
Yes.
who you didn't know. You didn't know Gubis.
No.
But there's a call from Gubis. They're angry because they haven't been paid. You overhear it. And you decide that you're going to help out here and sort out the problems of Gubis, the CFO, and the security department by just ensuring that payment takes place. Is that what happened?
Can you repeat that?
You overhear a complaint from a supplier you don't know about. You then decide that, and you realize that this supplier is complaining that they haven't been paid and it's been a long time. You take it upon yourself to assist the CFO to sort out this problem by speaking to General Dlamini, the head of security, to ensure that, I presume, invoices or purchase orders can be issued so that the supplier can be paid. Sorry, the invoices have been issued. Purchase orders can be issued so that the supplier can be paid. Is that what was going on?
Yes.
But what business of yours was it to start sorting out disputes between the city and its suppliers? Do you have any relationship to the city?
No, I don't have a relationship with the city.
Other than being a resident of Greater Tshwane?
That's correct.
Continue.
Okay. I was only helping the CFO with the frustration that the service provider was threatening to take the city to court. So as a result, the CFO was getting frustrated. Now, as my friend, I'm getting worried. My friend, now the road is going to be long. He's not himself now. That is how I intervened.
But the problem, as I understand it, lay with the TMP, the security department. They hadn't done what needed to be done to ensure that the CFO could pay. Is that what the problem was? They had to do something before the CFO could pay. They had to sign off on the invoices. Is that what the problem was? Or do something to process the invoices?
I think to save time, Chair, can I use the services of the interpreter so that I must hear clearly the question, then I will come back to
Sure.
the English. Yeah.
The problem lay with the, I've called them the security department, let's call them the TMPD. The problem lay with the TMPD. Do you need interpreting or can I continue?
I need interpreting.
The problem lay with this TMPD. Okay. They needed to sign off on invoices or process them in some way before the CFO could pay.
Uthi memele ngabe ke bathola ke udingo lokuthi mayisayinwe ke yi-CFO
Before the CFO could pay or could authorize, could process, could authorize payment.
phambi kokuba u-CFO a-authorize ukuthi ibhadalwe. I can't get it
No,
myself.
I don't think it's what the evidence leader is saying.
Sergeant, let's try this. Why did you need to involve General Dlamini in this process? So we know that you are with the CFO. As the call comes in, the disgruntled service provider is complaining about non-payment. What was the reason for you involving General Dlamini in that process?
Okay. I I was just helping the CFO because I know that General Dlamini is head of, he works in finance as well. Or finance falls under him. He might resolve the issue, save the reputation of Tshwane and this disgruntled between the CFO and the service provider.
What would General Dlamini need to do in order for the payment to take place?
I think he will need to verify all the documents submitted before him, and then that is when now he's going to instruct or is going to follow necessary or do necessary arrangement for the payment to be done.
So General Dlamini needed to sign documents and submit them to the CFO in order for the CFO to pay the service provider.
At that time of submission of that particular document, it was the matter of the general to verify that indeed the document is valid, and to check if whether those people were owed, did they worked the hours or whatsoever that they claim to have worked, and then he will take it from there.
Just Carlson, I don't know if you are covered or.
I think I am. Now, why couldn't the CFO do this himself? Why did he need you to intervene to speak to a fellow executive in the city? I mean, the CFO is the head of finance in the city. The general is the head of finance in the TMPD, according to your evidence. Why did he need you to come in the middle? Why couldn't he speak to the general directly?
The CFO did not need me. I think in my language, I just jumped in and volunteered to help.
Because it seems to me that your intervention made things more complicated. Because if we go to the chats, what we see is instead of a simple conversation between the CFO and General Dlamini, what we have is a conversation that has to be mediated through you entirely. So General Dlamini speaks to you, you send a screenshot of what he says to the CFO. The CFO sees the screenshot, sends a response. You convey the response to General Dlamini. This goes backwards and forwards for about 4 or 5 hours. Wouldn't it just have been simpler for the CFO to speak directly to General Dlamini?
Can I use the services of the interpreter?
Kade bona ngobubona bayizenzela lokhu ngobubona mekuzoba fushane ukunokuthi bona wena uzokhuluma bayakhuluma wena uyangena nawe uyangenelela utshela uDlamini mele kanti uma ngabe uDlamini no CFO mekubona abadingidana nalodaba isikhathi mesoba fishane ukunokuthi sibe side nakungenelele wena unceda ngaloncedo lwakho awuyiboni kanjalo na ukuthi ukungenelela kwakho ukuthatha ukuthi ibe ibandende inde unokuthi ngabe bona ngesibona bayenze kafushane.
Nyaguzo.
I hear you.
So it would have been simpler.
Mekuzoba lula.
Angalendlela yami bekulula.
Even my way it was simpler.
Your way was simple. You were speaking to the general, conveying the general's words to the CFO, speaking to the CFO, taking a screenshot of your exchange with the CFO, sending it to the general, getting the general's response, relaying it to the CFO. What was simple about that?
Beyilula kanjani eyakho wena uthatha ke lenkulumo lena ku CFO uyisa ku general ugeneral uyabuya futhi kuwe uyithatha i-screenshot uyithumela futhi ngapha iphindi ilula kanjani ngoba indendende ingamanqa le ilula kanjani kuya ngawo
Mina ngendlela yami bengibona kuyiyo lula.
according to me I took it as the right way, the right simple way.
See,
Let me ask. Sergeant, what's the nature of your relationship with General Dlamini?
Ngimazi ebuncaneni.
And know him since youth stage.
So he's your friend?
So umngani wakho.
No.
Yes, I'm asking. I mean, I know many people from when I was a child, and I don't. They're not my friends, some are my friends. I would like to know what is the nature of your relationship with him at the time that you start engaging with him on these payments?
Okay. General Dlamini can never be my friend. One, I was, maybe it will sound a bit awkward. He played a father figure role in my life.
Yes.
Because of some stage when I was in primary, I was staying at his house.
Yes.
And that is how I knew him.
Yes.
Up until to date.
So is it fair to say the nature of your relationship with him is such that you thought if you intervened in these payment issues, you will get better response from him? He will respond because it's you, better than if it's the CFO.
I would not say he will respond better to me than a CFO. At that stage, I saw him as an easy tool to use at that particular time. That they forward this thing to me, and then I'll forward it to.
Sorry, you saw him as easy what?
Okay, I saw that it will be much easier for me to send it to him. I thought at that time maybe it will be a longest try for the CFO to take it, whatever process is possible. At that time, we were on the road, he was being stressed, then I took advantage of him and let me send it to my brother to, he might be of good help. So by then, that is how I thought.
You see, when Mr. Mnisi asks you a question, is General winning, he's not in the same car with you. So this process happened over a time. If you were in the car, he wouldn't have had to send you a message to say, is he winning? So it's not the answer to say at the time we were together, he was driving, and I thought, let me do this. You carried on to be involved in this exchange instead of just sending off the invoice or making the inquiry and then leave the CFO to deal with it. You become very much involved. You are actually the go-between. Hence my question. Did you consider that because of your relationship with General Dlamini, as you describe it, or whatever form it is, that you will have influence over him to process these so that payment is made urgently? Because that's what it looks like from the chats. It looks like you were using your relationship with him to get payments. You are monitoring step by step. You are getting feedback, where are things, and you are forwarding them and discussing them with the CFO as you are getting responses. So you are well past, we were traveling together. You are past that. You've gone your separate ways with the CFO as you now keep exchanging these messages. And it seems to me that you would have been that involved or been the middle person because of your relationship with General Dlamini. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that the CFO who works with General Dlamini in Tshwane, both of them heads of department, they can't speak directly. You must have brought something into this picture and you understood it, that you are bringing the weight of your relationship with General Dlamini. Do you want to comment?
I don't know, it will be suitable answer for me. I just wanna cancel this thing of a breach because of, I'm here today because of that thing of being a breach between people. So the only time that I got involved is because Commissioner, at that time that this happened, I was with the CFO. Then I took advantage of me knowing General Dlamini, not that I would maybe influence him better than the CFO. And indeed, I agree or I admit that when he sent me this message, he was not with me at that time. But I also did say that I can't remember exactly when was this document sent.
Yes, you see, what is curious is that you are an outsider, completely outsider, as in you're not employed in the city. You haven't told us that this Mr. Mnisi knew that you have a relationship with General Dlamini. He knows how close you are. You haven't told us that. So here you are, an outsider who happens to be friends with a CFO who gets a call from a service provider for payment, and you pretty much take over. And he actually, the CFO makes inquiries with you. He doesn't make inquiries with the general. He makes inquiries, how far is he? Is he winning? I'm looking at my system, it's not yet come in. He's speaking to you, not to General. It must be that you said to the CFO, I'll fix this. I'll get the payment to be sorted out urgently. You have to have said that to him. And you would have said that because of the weight of your relationship. At least that's what it looks like to me, and that's what I'm suggesting to you. That you would have said to the CFO, I'll speak to Dlamini, I'll sort it out. And you said that because you understood the weight of your relationship with General Dlamini, whatever it is, that when you step in and say payment and you follow up, you knew that he will respond, he will make it happen. Do you have any comment to my suggestion?
I think the suggestion, Commissioner, is too deep. It's way too deep. The way it transpired to what the Commission, but with due respect, the way I've seen it, it was just me trying to help the CFO through General Dlamini. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Justice.
Now you say this was about one invoice that you sent to the general to assist the CFO. That was what your evidence was earlier.
If I can recall, I'm not sure, but if I can recall.
You think it was about one invoice? And
your response, Sergeant Nkosi? Do you agree that you think it was about one invoice?
I'm not sure. I can't deny nor admit.
you see, it definitely wasn't about one invoice. It was about multiple invoices and probably several suppliers. Can I take you to some of the chats in this regard? Let's start at page 143. This is the CFO's message to you at chat time 2:33, which is actually 4:33 in the afternoon. It's forwarded from the General. Yes, we've won. Busy with creating requisitions, plural, and at the same time releasing them, plural, in order for buyers, plural, to create purchase orders, plural. The process is long, as invoices, plural, have to be scanned and uploaded individually. And I trust we'll include the entire process before 1700 hours. As soon as the buyers, plural, have created purchase order, we will create service entries and submit them for payment. So there are multiple invoices that have to be processed here. You accept that?
No comment on that.
No, no?
I can't comment on that because of I'm not sure.
Well, this text, which from the message below, which is from the General. This one is for the previous financial year. We will engage later, Norm Mfowethu, on how to address it in order to avoid post facto. So why this one was sent was it came from a previous financial year. It was special, and they needed special arrangements to process it to avoid an ex post facto using this year's budget to spend on last year's money.
I don't know exactly, but the invoice that I was talking about is this one.
Yes, but this process relates to multiple invoices.
Okay, I can't comment on that, but the only thing that I remember, it was to intervene on this one invoice.
So you were just intervening on one invoice as you understood it?
That's correct.
But all of the texts that you forward back and forth between the General and the CFO relate to multiple texts, multiple invoices. You weren't aware that you were indirectly dealing with multiple invoices? Is that correct? You just weren't aware that these texts that you send backwards and forwards relate to multiple invoices?
Yes.
Well, Sergeant, if it's an invoice from the previous financial year, which is even doubtful, because when I look at these dates, it's not clear to me. But even if it is, what could you possibly be intervening about? An invoice from the previous financial year, which the General says I will engage with Mfowethu on how to address it. What could, if this is the only invoice you say you are intervening on, what could you possibly be required to do about that problem of an invoice from a previous financial year, which the General seems to recognize that he needs to speak to his CFO to sort out the problem?
Maybe I put a wrong word to say intervene, but it was the matter of the CFO sending it to me, then I send it to the general so that he must look at it. Not that I was intervening in the way it sounds that how would I intervene? So it was that on those bases.
No, but we know from the chats that you were intervening. You forwarded it according to you. Your story is. Yes. You spoke to the general, you forwarded him this invoice, you were reporting back, we see from the chats. So you were fully intervening in this and updating the CFO and taking questions from the CFO and sending them to the general. So I don't think you can avoid the description that you were intervening. You did intervene in this. My question is, if this was the only invoice, if all these chats that we've seen related only to one invoice, because that's what you're saying now, your evidence is, well, this is the only invoice I got involved with. So my question is, if all these chats, the back and forths that we are seeing, which involves you, related to just this invoice, which is of a previous financial year, and where the CFO, it must be discussed with the CFO, how do we solve it? What could you be intervening to deal, I mean, what is your intervention on this kind of invoice? Which still requires the CFO to be engaged, remember? So because that's what the message says. How we deal with it to address so that it avoids being a post facto. And as I understand it, so that it avoids to look like it was authorized after the fact.
My intervention in this matter was to give General Dlamini and to make follow-ups with that effect.
Okay, that's your answer. I'll accept that's your answer. Thank you.
Then there are other strange features about this correspondence. Can we go back to a question that I've already asked you, but you didn't answer it at the time? It's about the target value. It's in your conversation with the general at page 508. This is now at 12 p.m. It's relatively early in the day's processing of invoices. Morning, Captain. Please just confirm for Mfowethu Ukuthi, I am processing the issue. I have spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher. And as soon as all of them are released, all of them, more than one, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. So what was he referring to when he said Kane and Vusi were going to increase the target value because the amount's a bit higher?
Okay, according to my understanding about that message, it was for the general to inform me that they will adjust the budget and the payment will be made. It was the message that he sent to me to send it to the CFO.
So you understood this, that the general was now telling you, I'm going to adjust the budget so that we can make this payment. And you must tell the CFO, we're adjusting the budget.
No. This is how I understood it. I don't know what the general meant at that time. I'm explaining the message that he wrote to me.
At the time, how did you understood it like that?
Yes.
See. But of course your understanding may be wrong because you're not involved in municipal finance. You accept that?
That's correct.
Which again raises the question of why the two couldn't speak together. Two people who did understand municipal finance would operate more efficiently if they spoke to each other directly rather than through you. Would you not accept that?
I'm not sure if I understood your question.
Would it not be more efficient for two people who understand municipal finance and are dealing with a municipal finance issue to talk to each other directly rather than to talk through a third party who does not understand municipal finance?
I was just passing the message. So I wouldn't think that it would be a problem to them to communicate through me. So I took it from General Dlamini to the CFO. So my understanding it was they're going to adjust the budget so that the outstanding invoice would be paid.
And your evidence was that this was the first time you had ever heard of Gubis, and you didn't have any dealings relating to Gubis ever again. And you stand by that evidence?
I never said it was my first time or I don't know Gubis. I don't know if did you raise that question with me? Or
No, I did. So you do know Gubis?
Yes, I know Gubis.
Who is Gubis?
I don't know.
Who are the people who represent Gubis?
I don't know them.
What do you know about Gubis?
I know that Gubis is a Gubis security.
It's a security company.
That's correct.
What else do you know about Gubis?
I only know that it's a security company.
That's all you know?
That's correct.
Have you had any other dealings that have involved Gubis?
Not that I know of, or I remember.
Not that you remember.
Yes.
Let me take you to a few of the other chats. Page 516. Chat number 1. 23 March. Afternoon, Captain. I trust you're well and your family. I thought we could meet up today so I could get clarity on something called Mfowethu. Kane called me on Friday and asked if that Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mfowethu first, today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. What was that message about?
I think the General was informing me that there was a meeting that was to be held by Gubis and Kane and him now, that is the General. So the General declined that meeting because, according to me, understanding this message, he wanted the center of communication to be one.
What was the center of communication, what was the communication about, that there had to be one center? Why would this even involve the CFO?
I don't know what he meant by that.
You didn't know what he meant by that?
Yes.
Well, I want to put it to you that you did know what he meant by that.
Yes.
And that this communication was on which bidders were going to be awarded TMPD Contract 1 of 2024-25, the contract in respect of which your brother's company was ultimately successful. one of the successful bidders. That's what this communication was about. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
I see. We'll get there when we get to that contract. What about page 547? If you go to page 547, you'll see on the 26th of June at 10 in the morning, you were sent a document which is described in the chats as termination letter COT ad hoc. That document's at page 647. And what that is a letter from Mr. Rivo Spies to Gubis terminating their services at Tshwane. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes?
Sorry, I must correct what I put to you earlier. I said you were sent. In fact, what I showed you was the chat where you sent that to General Dlamini. Where you were sent it is on page 331. It was slightly earlier. It was at 9:57 in the morning, chat time.
Page 331.
331.
It's in the earlier file. In the other
File 1, file
Oh.
1.
Sorry, thank you, Commissioner Kumalo.
There you'll see that this termination letter was sent to you at chat time 7:57 a.m., 9:57, and the CFO said, call him Mfowethu. You then, if you go back to page 547, forward the message to General Dlamini at 10:12 a.m. He calls you at 10:13, and then if you go back to 331, you'll see that at the bottom of the page, chat time 8:21, actual time 10:21, you say, I found him. What time can we meet today? And then immediately below that, when there's no response in 8 minutes, you send 2 question marks. And then the CFO says, I'll confirm Mfowethu, I need to call him urgently in the meantime. Can I have his number? That can't wait for the meeting, my bro. And so you send the CFO the general's number. Now, why was it so urgent for you, the CFO, and the general to meet in relation to the termination of Gubis' services at the city?
I can't remember that. Why was it so urgent?
And why were you being involved at all in relation to the termination of Gubis' services at the city?
Okay, my answer is, I think CFO sent me this termination letter to show the general. Indeed, I did that. I forwarded it to the general. The general confirmed that indeed he is the one who instructed, who's this one? Spies, because of this company was working without any approval process or something, but I remember along those lines, he informed me that he recognized this company, and they alleged that he's the one who informed that this company is not compliant, so they must terminate.
But why was the CFO so anxious about this letter that he needed a meeting with you and the general so quickly? What was the CFO's concern about Kubis?
I would not know.
Can I ask you whether you're aware if Mr. Sibanyoni has an indirect interest in Kubis?
Not that I know of, I don't know.
Not that you know of. We've gone long past one, Chair. I mean, there is one, to round off this topic, there's a question that may lead to a couple of minutes, which I would like to canvass with the witness, but I'm aware I'm already long past my cut-off point.
Perhaps do that when we come back. Or you want to go ahead now?
No, I'm in your hands. I can do it either way.
No, when we come back then. Let's adjourn and resume at 2:10. Shasowski?
Thank you, Chair. I was threatening to round off that previous topic when we went away. And what I would like to do in that regard is just to find my notes first. But that may. If we go to the screenshots of the exchanges between yourself and the CFO and the General, and we look at pages from 584. We start on 584. And we see that the first screenshot of the day is at 9:46. These are all screenshots relating to the day that you got involved in the issue of the invoices. The second one is at 10 o'clock. The third one is at 14:20. It's only after you've been there 3 times that the invoice from Gubis materializes. And then the last one is the next day at 11:41. So over a period of essentially 24 hours, in relation to this matter, in fact more than 24 hours, 25 and a half hours, the CFO and General Dlamini have been communicating in relation to this matter through you and through screenshots that have been passed through your phone. Now, Commissioner Baloyi suggested that one reason that this may have happened is that you had an old family relationship with the General, and the CFO knew that you could invoke your family relationship to get the General to act in circumstances where maybe he couldn't. I want to put to you that there's in fact a more sinister reason for this, which is that if this whole process of increasing target values, extending budgets and the like to facilitate payment of invoices is being done irregularly to extract money out of the city, then the General and the CFO wouldn't want to communicate in this regard in the manner in which officials normally communicate, which is either by email on the official email or by phone and text on the official phones. Because they wouldn't want to leave an electronic trail, an obvious electronic trail of their direct involvement in this process. And by sending screenshots through you, so that they never communicate, they are never seen to communicate directly with one another, what they do is obscure the fact that they together are driving this process, a process which they don't want to be seen to be driving. That's what I'm putting to you. What's your response to that?
Commissioner, can I use the services of the interpreter?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to repeat that in the same terms, but it may not be exactly the same.
No, I understand it. But the interpreter, I think, not that I don't hear you, but I just want to understand. So the best and better way is to use the interpreter's services.
So where I started...
Ms. Murray, did you hear the question?
Yeah, this, Commissioner, I did catch the...
Do you want it repeated?
Yes, let's pick it up. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Baloyi put to you that a possible reason why the CFO was using you as an intermediary between himself and the General was that the CFO knew about your family relationship with the General, and let's stop there, because otherwise we'll reach the end and have the same problem.
Ucommissioner Balo uye wathi kuwe isizathu sokuthi kube nokuxhumana phakathi ka CFO phakathi kwakho ne CFO ukuthi CFO ubazi ngobudlelwane wena onabo no general.
And so the CFO thought that because of your family relationship with the general, you would be able to persuade the general to do things that he as CFO might not be able to persuade the general.
Ngakho ke uCFO uye wathatha ngokuthi ngenxa yobudlelwane bakho onabo kungcono ukuthi asebenzise wena kunokuthi kube uye ovela ngaphambili ngokuxhumana okukhona phakathi kwakhe no general kodwa ubudlelwane bakho ibona obuzosiza ukuxhumanisa.
That was what Commissioner Baloyi put to you. I want to put to you that there is a more sinister explanation.
Lokho ke kuye kwashiwa uCommissioner Baloyi kodwa mina ngithi khona esinye isizathu esibi esingasikhona esenze lokho.
And the sinister explanation is this, that if what is going on here is a process of securing irregular payments to suppliers,
Isizathu ke salokho ukuthi isizathu esingesihle singacacile ukuzama ukufihla leso sizathu esikhona esibi.
by changing budgets and increasing target values,
Ngokushintsha amabudget kanye nokwenyusa imikhawulo yokusetshenziswa kwemali.
the CFO and the general would not want to leave the electronic communication trail that is left by ordinary communications within a municipality between senior officials.
uCFO ke no general bayafihla ukuthi kubekho kungabi umzila wabo wokuxhumana ungabonakali bayafihla ngokuthi basebenzise wena ukubaxhumanisa.
That ordinary communication channel is on official emails or through messaging on official phones.
Lokho kuxhumana ke kubonakala ke kuma emails nalezi ngxoxo enibenazo.
And by interposing you between all of their communications, they leave an electronic trail that suggests that they never speak to each other.
Ngokusebenzisa wena ke lokho kuyafihlakala bakufihla ukuthi banokuxhumana bona bobabili. Wena ubasivika bavika ngase ihawu lokusithela kuso.
So they are able to communicate in relation to irregular conduct within the municipality without leaving an electronic trail that suggests that they have done so.
Ngakho ke bakwazi ukuthi kufihleke ukuthi banokuxhumana okuthile ngoba akukho mbhalo akho mzila yembhalo ebonakalayo yokuxhumana kwabo ngokwenza kwabo into engenhle.
And I put it to you that that is the reason why all of these messages were sent through you in relation to these payments.
Ngakho ke ngikubeka kuwe ukuthi yikho lokho kwenziwa ukuthi lezi inkulumisana lokho kuxhumana okube khona kufihleke kungabonakala isandla sabo khona.
So I'd like your comment, if any, on that.
Bengicela ke uphawule ngalokho.
Akusiqiniso lokho.
That is not true.
Are you happy to leave it at a simple denial?
Ngabe nje ufuna ukugcina ngokuthi ukuphike nje ukuthi akulona iqiniso.
Kunjalo.
That is correct. That is so.
Sorry. Assuming your initial explanation for why you got involved in the issue relating to Gubi's securities payment, assuming that your initial explanation was that you were in the car with the CFO, a call came and you were trying to assist. What were you still doing 3 months later when there's a termination of that contract? What was the reason for your continued involvement with Gubi's security affairs?
Ekuqaleni uye waphendula wathi wangenela ngesikhathi nihamba no-CFO ukusiza. Kodwa manje kubonakala enyangeni ezintathu eziqhubekayo usaqhubeka nokuthi ungenelele. Kwakuyini isizathu sakho sokuthi uqhubeke kulezi ezinye inyanga ezintathu eziqhubekela phambili?
Angibonanga kuyinkinga after inyanga ezintathu ezilandelayo uqhubeka ngokukhuluma ngayo into yaka CFO noDlamini nayo uGubisi ngoba ngangibona nje angibonanga kunento enenkinga lapha.
I did not see any reason, I did not see any problem for me to continue even beyond that 3 months of continuing to be involved in this process.
And why Gubi's security specifically? Why not other service providers? Why Gubi's security? What was your interest in Gubi's security?
Kwakuyini okwenza ukuthi uqhubeke uqondane ngqo nabe-security? Why ungangenelelanga kweminye imisebenzi kwamanye ama-process ayekhona kodwa kwagcina nje lapha ukuthi ungenelele kwe-security kuphela?
Incazelo yami ukuthi amanye ama-security azange kulethwe ngakimi or bengingekho bifibona baba neyinkinga. So inkinga bengiyazi yiyo yona le bekade ngikhona kuyo yeGubisi.
The reason is that other security issues were not brought to me. That is why I did not involve myself in them with as much as I was involved with the Gubis.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskasa.
Well, at least some security procurement issues were brought to your attention. Let me take you to one. It starts on page 500.
Page?
500. And there you'll see that on the 28th of November 2024, the General sent you in chat number 7 a document headed TMPD 01 2024-25. And that document we will see at page 500. Sorry, not at page 500, we're at page 500, at page 566. And what we see at page 566 is a list of all of the tenders that have been received in respect of tender 1 of 2024-25. And there is a date, 02/10/2024. Was that the deadline for submissions of bids in respect of that tender? To October 2024. Are you aware that that was the deadline for the submission of bids in that tender?
I was not.
But you accept that by 28 November, if there is a list of all of the tenders received with their bid prices, then the deadline for submission must have passed. You'll accept that?
That's correct.
So by 28 December, all bids had to be in. You accept that?
That's correct.
And are you aware of the principle of public procurement that you are bound by your bid, and that after you have submitted your bid, you may not alter it. You aware of that principle?
That's correct.
While we're on this document, let's go down to page 571. And we see at number 26, Gubis appears again.
5.
So Gubis must have submitted a bid for this tender.
571.
571. And we see at 572,
Are you still looking for 571?
That's correct. But I think,
You will see Gubis is number 26.
okay.
then at 572, number 32 is reflected as El Shadia Security and Training, but you may recall that the correct name for this entity is El Shaddai. It's AI, not IA at the end. And you may recall from our questions yesterday that that was one of the two bidders who the General, yourself, and Mr. Mnisi identified as the preferred vehicles for this tender. You recall that?
That's correct.
If we go down to 573, we see at number 34 an entity that is spelt TRIOTRIC, Triotic Protection Services. I imagine that that should have been Triotic, TRIOTIC. And are you aware that Triotic is a company group associated with Mr. Modise, the Deputy Mayor?
That's correct.
And then at 95, we see a misspelling of your brother's company, Ngapeshia Construction and Projects.
At 35.
At number 35, immediately after Triotic. It's sort of spelt here, I don't even want to try to pronounce NCTA, but it should be Ngapeshia. You see it?
No, I see it, but it can't be Ngapeshe.
It can't be.
This one is Ngapeshe. This is not Ngapeshe.
I see, and you're saying that this is not a contract for which your brother's company bid?
I'm disputing the name.
The name is wrong. It's spelt wrongly on this list. But are you denying that that company on page 573, number 35, was actually your brother's company, but whoever wrote this list spelt it wrong?
I deny it was my brother's Ngapeshe.
But does the full name of your brother's company goes Construction and Projects? Is it Ngapeshea Construction and Projects, your brother's company?
I'm not sure, but it might be Ngapeshe Security, or I'm subjected to be corrected once I see the full document of Ngapeshe.
Can I ask a different question? Do you deny that your brother submitted a tender for this?
I don't deny my brother submitting a tender.
Yeah, thank you.
And was your brother a successful bidder for this tender?
Yes, according to me.
Well, let's see how he got there. Can we then go to page 133?
100
33.
Same file.
File 1. You have it.
That's correct.
And there you'll see that the CFO asks you on 26 February 2025 at the foot of the page, foot of 133, who is Sipho Nkomo or Joe Mabunda from TMPD? You see that question?
That's correct.
And you respond by sending a photo of Mr. Nkomo, and the CFO then says underneath, okay, taking him off this one, pointing up at that photo. You see that? It's over the page. It's 1:34 at 26 February. The chat time is 11:17, which would be 1:17 p.m.
I see it.
You then below that say, I'm sending Joe Mabunda, but he's going on pension this year, and you send a photograph with a Facebook link to a picture of Mr. Mabunda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know why Mr. Mnisi was interested in who Mr. Nkomo and Mr. Mabunda were?
I don't know.
Did you know that they were the two departmental representatives from the TMPD on the bid evaluation committee for this tender?
I don't know.
If we then go to page 512,
Same file.
512, no, it's file 2. We see the messages that I took you to yesterday. It's the messages of the 9th of March that the General sends you. The first is at 7:35 p.m. Afternoon, my brother. I trust you're well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending these messages. The two vehicles for land are 1, Ngapeshea Securities, and 2, El Shaddai Security Services. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. You remember that one?
Yes, I remember.
And then 2 days later, he sends you a list of 7 companies at 11 March, 3:06 p.m. And he explains immediately below that, afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC Juju to verify the authenticity. We went through that yesterday. I don't propose to go through it again. What I will show you is that if you go to page 148, you will see that all 3 of the messages that General Dlamini sent to you on the 9th and on the 11th, you forward to the CFO on the 11th at 1:20, or at chat time 1:21 p.m., which is actually 3:21 p.m. You see those 3 messages. Afternoon, my brother, the 2 vehicles, and then the 7 entities allegedly identified by the Red Berets. You see those 3?
That's correct.
Now, let me pause here and ask, why was it necessary for General Dlamini to communicate with the CFO through you in relation to these 3 messages?
Okay, thank you. The 3 messages, I will start with that one of 7 companies. At that time, according to the general, that he was approached, I don't know by who, but some individuals knowing that he's working at Tshwane, or he once worked with them before, but I think he was working at Tshwane on security issues. Then they gave him these 7 companies. Then they further said to him, these companies belong to CIC Juju. And then they further elaborated that the same companies were also given to the CFO. So he sent me the same companies to send to CFO to verify, as in he knows about these companies, and are these companies legit, or is it true the way they are saying that they were sent by Juju?
Now, who is the Juju or CRC to whom you're referring here?
I took it as they sent it to me, CIC Juju.
Who did you understand CRC Juju to be?
At that time, I did not need maybe to understand on who it was, but I just took it as it came, that is CIC Juju.
What legitimate purpose could there be of checking with the CFO that a list of companies allegedly coming from CRC Juju had in fact come from CRC Juju? Could there be any legitimate purpose?
Commissioner, can I use, just on that question, the services of my honorable interpreter?
Ngabe kwakuyini isizathu sokuthi lamagama lezinkampani ezisikhombisa athunyelwe ukuthi aqinisekise ukuthi avela ku-CIC Juju?
Isizathu kwakuwukuthi ubaba uDlamini wayefuna ukuba nesiqiniseko kubaba uMnisi ukuthi ngempela lawo makhampani abuya lapho kuthiwa abuya khona, nokuthi ngempela uwatholile yini yena na kukhona kwaziye ngawo.
The reason was to ascertain if indeed these names, these companies' names did come from Juju, so that the CEO could be assured of that.
Why would the CFO need to know if these companies' names came from Juju?
Ngabe kwakuyini isizathu sokuthi CFO afuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela lamagama lezinkampani abuya ku-CIC Juju?
Ukuya ngobaba uDlamini, labo bantu abafika kuye bathi naye ubaba uMnisi unawo lawo magama. Manje yingakho ke ubaba uDlamini wabona ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi akaqale ezwe nangaye ubaba uMnisi.
The reason was that...
Can you please turn this mic towards Ms. Murray as well? Yeah. Please translate. Switch both of them.
Now I've lost the trend of the thought. I think the reason was that Mr. Nkosi also needed to assure that these names did indeed come from the CIC Juju, and that's why he needed to establish this from Mr. Dlamini. I'm not sure if I got it right, Commissioner.
And did you understand?
Please, sorry, can you please repeat the question and let's get the answer again.
What legitimate reason could there be for the CFO to need to know whether this list of companies came from Juju?
Mr. Chaskalson, I think we...
Finish off the question.
That was the question. What legitimate reason could there be?
Ngabe kwakuyini isizathu esibambekayo esasidinga ukuthi u-CFO adinge ukwazi ukuqinisekisa lokho.
Isizathu ngaleso sikhathi kwakuwukuthi-ke ubaba Dlamini ngokuya kwakhe ukuthi labantu abakade bafike kuye bamtshela ukuthi le nkampani ezika CIC Juju maye ngokugwema or noma ukufuna ukuqinisekisa ngoba avoid indaba ukuthi abantu balahlela amagama abantu esidlangalaleni waconfirma nobaba Mnisi ngoba kuya ngalabo bantu bathi bona nobaba Mnisi uyiphethe uwaphethe lawo magama.
The reason was that Mr. Dlamini did have this name, but he wasn't sure if they're just names dropping to say that they came from Juju CIC. He wanted definitely to ascertain with Mr. Nisi that fact.
But my question is a different question. Is anybody, Juju or anybody else, entitled to influence tenders by indicating who their preferred bidders are?
Ngabe sikhona insizathu sokuthi bafuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi lamagama ngempela abuya ku-CIC uJuju.
Angeke ngazi kuleyo ndawo ukuthi sikhona yini.
Sorry, Ms. Maroy, you did not interpret the part about influencing.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Ukuthi isizathu sokuba ngabe banaso bafuna ukuqinisekisa noma uku-influencer isiphetho saleso
Ilungelo ngesizulu yini? Ilungelo.
Right.
Ilungelo ngesizulu. Bizwe ilungelo.
But I was just stuck on influence.
Bakhona yini abantu abanelungelo lokuthi ngizosebenzisa lesilungu ke ba influence I tender process. Bakhona abantu abanelungelo lalokho.
Cha, abanalo ngomshana.
No, they did not have that right.
Let's move forward then to the 18th of March and page 513.
Maybe before you do that, let me ask, I think the question was asked, I just need to be reminded the answer. Still at that page 5112, why did you send that list of the two companies? On page, the same page, 5112, but you also find it at 148 of the first file, the very page that you were looking at with Mr. Chaskalson. So before you forward, at 148, it's you and the CFO, Mr. Nkosi. You send him Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. Why did you send him those?
Wathumelela amagama ongaphesheya kumnumzana uMnisi ne El Shaddai kungani wathumelela amagama?
Yabo, isizathu sokuba ngithumelela amagama kubaba Mnisi kungenxa maningabuka kahle lapho ithi ngiyakubingelela wena captain ngiyathemba ulungile ngiyaxolisa ukuba wena isikhathi sihambe kancane ukuba ngithumelele imlayezo kungokuthi after sengikhuluma nomnumzana uDlamini ukuba alekelele umfowethu ngenkampani yengaphesheya waseke umnumzana Dlamini wathi akakwazi ukuba angalekelela umfowethu ngenkampani yakhe ngoba kuzoba conflict of interest waseke ungaqhatha ngizobuya ngiqhaza.
The reason for giving this name of Ngapesheya was to assist my brother to secure the contract.
What about El Shaddai? Is it also your brother's company?
Xola kancane Commissioner, ungathi umama akaqedanga ukuchaza lento bengisho.
The reason
Repeat,
is that
please
you want
repeat.
to read.
Please repeat the part that Ms.
Engayishwa.
Murray did not mention. Please repeat it. Just the part that you say Ms. Murray did not interpret.
Ngathumela inkampani kubaBdlamini.
I sent the company to the name of the company to Mr. Dlamini,
Ukuba uMr. Dlamini alekelele umfowethu ngengaphesheya ukuba ithole umsebenzi eTshwane.
so that my brother so that he could assist my brother companies Ngapesheya to secure the job or the tender.
Kwaseke uMr. Dlamini waphendula ukuthi cha angeke kukhonakale lokho ku against umsebenzi wakhe conflict of interest.
Then Mr. Dlamini said he would not be in a position to do so because that will create a conflict of interest.
Waqhubeka uMr. Dlamini wathi kimi ukhona umuntu amaziyo ongalekelela umfowethu kodwa loyo muntu akasebenzi eTshwane.
He did say that there was a person who could assist my brother, but that person does not work at Tshwane.
Loyo muntu ozokelekelela umfowethu umuntu osebenza ngamaphepha wamathenda, is a document or tender specialist.
That person is the person who works with the paperwork or the tender documents.
Who's
What?
a specialist with tender documents?
And who was that person?
Kwakubani lowo muntu?
Angakaqedi ukuchaza.
I have not yet finished explaining.
Kwaseke uMr. Dlamini amnikeza inkampani kamfowethu. Mr. Dlamini wathi uzoxhumanisa umfowethu naloyo mlisa. Kodwa loyo mlisa akasebenzi umsebenzi wakhe ukusiza amakampani wama security ngento zamaphepha.
Mr. Dlamini then said he would assist my brother by linking him to this other person who works with the paperwork or tender documentation, but that person does not work for the Tshwane.
Okay, you talk about conflict relating to your brother's company. Why did you say, and then what about El Shaddai? What did General Dlamini say or do after you sent him this?
Sorry, Commissioner. I think I'll keep on maybe going back because if I feel at some stage maybe my interpreter is misinterpreting me. So I'll mix there and there. As Mr. Dlamini now intervened by connecting my brother with this individual from outside Tshwane, then he found that that individual is also helping other companies. Then after that individual was done with all the things that were necessary to be complied with, he sent it to Mr. Dlamini. Then Mr. Dlamini sent those documents to me, that now it's Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. And El Shaddai, it's a company that my brother usually works with in terms of the joint venture when they're working in stadium or in events, big events. So El Shaddai is known to me like that. And then he said to me, send this company to Umfetu, Uguti. These are the companies that are verified by this certain individual, check for me if are they compliant with regards to the requirement of that project.
So when you sent to the CFO, to Mr. Mnisi, the name of Ngapesheya and El Shaddai, you wanted the CFO to verify that they comply with the requirements of the tender.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
So yesterday you did not know who El Shaddai is, but today you know that they usually participate in joint ventures with your brother's company.
Yesterday the question was, do I have interest? What is my interest? If I understood clearly in El Shaddai, then I said no.
You said that you requested Mr. Dlamini to General Dlamini to do something to ensure that your brother got the job. Do you remember saying that?
No.
When you spoke in isiZulu, something that led him to say that there would be a conflict of interest. I've paraphrased and made it much, much shorter than what you said, but I think the substance is the same.
Can you repeat that so that maybe I misunderstand?
You requested General Dlamini to do something and assist your brother towards securing the job in respect of the tender, not so?
That's correct.
That's what I tried to convey even before.
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
I just wanted to...
Now, what I want to know is, did you make a similar request with regard to El Shaddai?
No, but it happens that the same guy who was doing also El
All
Shaddai.
right, thank you.
If we then go forward, can we go to the next development that I see is on 18 March, a week later, and that's on page 513. It starts at 8:26:32 a.m., chat number 6. And you say, this is a message you send to the General at 8:26, chat number 6. Morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition. So it's a week down the line, and you are now asking General to give you the list of preferred people for this tender. Is that not correct?
I'm not sure, or if I hear it correctly, I will appreciate if maybe can...
Well, demolition, this tender is known as the land tender or the demolition tender. You know that?
Yes.
So at 26 minutes past 8 on the 18th of March, this is a week after, well, let's just rewind a bit. You have an exchange with the General about Ngapesheya and El Shaddai being the two preferred vehicles. General then comes back and says, well, this is what these 7 are wanted by the Red Berets. Will you check it out with the CFO?
Yes.
A week later, you go to the General and you say, morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition. What then happens? Let me take you through the chats and then you can comment on my conclusions at the end. That's 8:26. At 8:33, you call the General in chat number 7. Over the page at 8:34, you call again. Lower down at 8:37, he calls you back. So there's a sequence of calls in the essentially the 10 minutes after you send that message, the list of preferred people for demolition. After that sequence of calls, you then on page, remember the last of those calls is at 8:37. If we then go to page 153, actually the bottom of 152 rather than the very bottom of 152, we see that last chat there, and remember you've got to add 2 hours. So at 8:50, you WhatsApp the CFO with just 2 names, Ngapeshe and El Shaddai. So what it seems to me is taking place here is once again you're placing yourself as the conduit for communications between the General and the CFO. And you have asked the General, in the wake of last week's conversation about the 7 extra companies that the Red Berets want, he must come back to you now with who are the preferred vehicles for this tender. You've had a conversation, and then at 8:50, you have communicated the outcome of that conversation to the CFO. And the outcome of that conversation is that the 2 preferred vehicles remain your brother's company and the company with which it normally partners. What's your response to that? And Sergeant, I must emphasize, at any stage during this questioning, if you want to assert a privilege against self-incrimination, you are entitled to do so. Don't want you to answer questions that might incriminate you and that you're not obliged to answer. You must always be free to do that. Having said that, do you want to answer this question?
Yes, I want to answer this question.
Then please do.
Interpreter.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to talk through you were going to answer through the interpreter. So let me start again. We go back to 11 March. You have had a conversation with the General. It starts with you identifying Ngepeshe and El Shaddai as the 2 preferred vehicles for the tender. The General then comes back with a list of 7 additional companies which he said come from the Red Berets. He says, please check this with the CFO. You forward to the CFO all 3 of your chats to the General, the one about your 2 choices, the 7 that ostensibly come from the Red Berets, and the General's request that the CFO must check this out. A week later, you send a chat to the General, you send a message to the General saying, the preferred vehicles for the demolition tender. There are then a series of conversations. Sorry, I'm going so far down the line, we're going to have to start again. So, can I ask, are you able to interpret what I've said thus far? Or should I, let's do it one step at a time. The sequence, okay. It starts on the 11th of March. You have identified with the General your 2 preferred vehicles for this tender. The General has then messaged you to say there are another 7 companies that the Red Berets want.
General useyakuphendula uthi cha kukhona nezinye inkampani eziyisikhombisa abe Red Beret abafuna ukuthi zibonelele.
You have forwarded all 3 of those messages. The message where you identified your 2 preferred vehicles, where there was the list of the 7 other vehicles, and the message underneath that saying, these are the companies that the Red Berets want, check this out with the CFO. You forward all of those to the CFO.
Yonke ke leyo mlayezo wena uyidlulisela ku-CFO lezi zikampani zakho ezimbili obona ukuthi izona ezifanele zithole umsebenzi kanye nalezi ezinye eziyisikhombisa abe-Red Barren abafuna zibonelelo.
That's where things stand on the 11th.
Kwenzeke ngomhla ka-11.
A week later, on the 18th, you send the general a message asking for the preferred vehicles for the land tender, for the demolition tender.
Ngomhla ka-11 wena usuthumela lezi inkampani ofuna ukuthi zibonelelwe ekudilizeni. Ngomhla ka-18 wena usuthumela lezi inkampani izona ezifanele zibonelelwe kumsebenzi wokudiliza, demolition.
There are then a series of voice calls between yourself and the general.
Ebese kuba kuqhubekela phambili kuba nokuxhumana phakathi kwakho no-general.
At the end of those voice calls, you message the CFO
Kwalezo nkulumiswano ezaba khona lawo machati wena ukuthumela umlayezo ku-CFO
with just two names,
namagama amabili,
Ngapesheya and El Shaddai.
Ingaphesheya ne-El Shaddai.
And what it looks like to me is that once again you are intermediating conversations between the general and the CFO.
Bonakala ukuthi wena futhi usangenelela exhumaneni phakathi ko-general no-CFO.
And the outcome of those conversations over a period of a week is that the chosen vehicles remain Ngapesheya and El Shaddai.
Umphumela ke walezo ngxoxo enibe nazo ukuthi inkampani embili izona okufanele zamukeleke okungaphesheya ne-El Shaddai.
And I want your comment on that.
Ngicela ke ukuthi uphawule ngalokho.
Ujenene uDlamini isizathu zokuthi angisendele lama kampani amabili ukulandelwa kokuba after lama kampani sekabuyile o le inkampani sezibuyile kulomuntu bekade ezilekelela ngokwamaphepha.
The reason was that these this name of these companies have been brought back from the person who was checking them.
Checking their paperwork.
Checking?
Their paperwork or compliant.
Yes, checking that they are compliant.
And were they compliant?
Ngabe ke zazi ulandela imigomo noma inqubo noma imithetho kufanele ziyilandele.
Ukuya ngami nobaba Dlamini ngaleso sikhathi ngomlayezo angiphawana ukuthi zikulungele lokho.
Yes, according to me and Dlamini was that they were complying.
Well, we'll get to that shortly because in fact they were not compliant. Yesterday I said there were 6 independent grounds on which Ngapesheya should have been disqualified. In fact, I undercalculated, it was 12. But we will take you one by one through them in the chats later. For now, I want to go forward to the 21st of March. And we're back with your chats with the CFO, 154. He says to you on the 21st of March, top of the page, good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. He says sit well with me, but I think he meant sit well with me. You see that?
That's correct.
And if we go to 515, we see that you immediately forward that message to the general. (515) chat 3.
Where?
And you'll see at 11:17, you forward to the General the message you've just received from the CFO. Good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday, telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. You see that?
That's correct.
Now, once again, the CFO is communicating with the General through you. CFO texts you, you text the General. Why is this taking place?
Kungani CFO inkulumiswano evela ku CFO iza kuwe ukuthi uyidlulisele kuDlamini?
Kungalendlela bona bajwayele ngakhona or sijwayele ngakhona ukukhuluma.
That is how we normally or regularly communicated. That was the habit on how we conducted this.
So when you were in the car and Gubis called and raised a problem about not being paid, in fact, there was no factor specific to that situation that you wanted to help out the CFO because he was in a car and he couldn't do these communications. That in fact wasn't the correct answer, the truth as to why you took over the process and started intermediating yourself. The truth was that you just always intermediate yourself in communications between the General and the CFO.
Okusho ukuthi lokho kushilo ekuqaleni ukuthi ngesikhathi nihamba nisemotweni wangenela nje wena ukusiza. Lokhu kukhombisa ukuthi indlela vele benijwayele ukusebenzisana ngayo, hayi ngoba kwangoba ufuna ukusiza ngalelo langa.
Akusiqiniso lokho?
That is not true.
Okokuqala azange ngithi umnumzana Mnisi beyangakwazi ukukhuluma noJenene ngoba wayekade busy.
Firstly, I didn't say that Mr. Mnisi was not able to speak to the General because he was busy.
Ngithe yimi engavolunteer ukuba ngizokhuluma noJenene ngoba uJenene ngimazi buduzane.
I'm the one who volunteered to speak to the General because I am very familiar with the General.
Well, let's go on with the sequence. 516. Chat number 1. We're now 2 days on. It's 23 March. Afternoon, Captain. This is from the General. I trust you're well and your family. I thought we could meet up today so that I could get clarity on something Mkhwanazi. Kane called me on Friday and asked that if Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mkhwanazi first, today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. Don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. We've discussed this message earlier today, you recall?
Yes.
You'll see that you immediately forward that message to the CFO. And you'll find it forwarded immediately on 155. It's the second last message on the page. You forwarded to the CFO, message time 6:16:20, it's actually 8:16:20 p.m. When he receives it, he says to you, let's let General meet him, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later, Mfowethu. So, in response to the General's message that he's been approached by Gubis, who want to meet him. Remember, Gubis are also one of the bidders on this tender. You remember that?
Yes.
So they want to meet with the General. And the CFO says, let the General meet, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later. Then, on the 25th of March, at 157, you send the CFO your third message confirming that it's your brother's company and his usual partnering company that are the preferred vehicles. That's at 8:12 a.m., message time 6:12:17 a.m., middle of the page. Just those same two names, El Shaddai and Gapesher. Why did you do that?
I sent these companies to the CFO to check if these companies are compliant according to what has been informed by the general to me, that indeed through that person who helped these companies, they are compliant.
But you've already sent those two names ostensibly for that purpose a few days previously, or you're just repeating the same message that you sent previously?
That's correct.
Well, the response of the CFO, if we go down, is, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4? You say super, and he says, please bring General Mpoetu. We go back to 517. 517. The please bring General was at 13:08 and 1:08 p.m. and we see at 1:11 p.m. there is a screenshot that is sent to the General, and it's a screenshot of your chats that you've just had with the CFO. And lower down the page at 1:14, the General, sorry, lower down same page, 517, at 1:14 p.m., chat 4, the General responds, afternoon, Captain, trust you are well and your family, copied, we will see you there. So the CFO has asked for a meeting at Jean Street at 4, and the General is saying yes. Then, we now have reached 8 p.m. at night, and we are at page, the same 25th of the 3rd, we're at the bottom of page 520. And now the General sends you a document. We'll get to that document in due course. And what he says on the document is, Captain Naimande to Victor Apiwe Yona. So he is sending you a list of bidders who Victor has a mandate to award this tender to. Is that correct? Maybe before you answer, you should go to page 176, because you immediately forward that list to the CFO. It's the foot of page 176. Message time 6:31:53 p.m. It's actually 8:31:53. And you see it's a screenshot of your conversation with General Dlamini, and there are 7 companies that are listed for TMPD 12425, and the same message, Captain Naimande to Victor Apiwe Yona. It says from US, you say, and is US, what is US? Is US Umashi?
Where is that?
At the foot of, so if you go over to 177, you see that that message is forwarded with a message from US. And I assume that that's a reference to the general, because it is in fact forwarded from the general, and the general's first name is Umashi. I think the U would stand for Umashi, is that correct?
Yes.
And underneath, just to make clear, you tell the CFO that these are companies given to Victor by Nico.
Yes.
And then underneath that, you send your own message to the CFO, which says, Captain, sorry, you don't. I need to take you back to page 521. 521. And there you'll see at the top of the page, 903, the general says, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority, and there they go, El Shaddai at the top, and Gapesher then coming second, and then another 3, 4, unfortunately 4 has been repeated, so there are actually in total 6 companies, but there are 2 number 4s, and then a bit lower down the page, a 7th company is added at 9:07:56 p.m., where the list has now grown to 7. And that list of 7, you forward to the CFO on page 177 in the chat that is sent at message time 7:08, which is actually 9:08 p.m. You see that?
I see that.
He responds, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. And he says, this is ours, Mfowethu, this is the final list, right? And you say, yes, it's our final list.
Which page do I said is our final list?
178, do you see?
Okay.
So, when you said it was your final list, and the list has been described as our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority, what are you saying?
Okay. This list, it was the list that was compiled by Nico. This was a list that was compiled by Nico, whom was referred by General Dlamini, who is an outsider to Tshwane. So according to Nico, he sent this to General Dlamini that this, according to him and what he did in terms of the paperwork, it is compliant to be able to work. So now, he sent to General Dlamini. General Dlamini said, can you verify with Mfowethu these companies are compliant? That is the reason I've sent them to Nico, to the CFO.
Land to be given means they are compliant.
Pardon?
If you just read on page 177,
yes,
where they say, Captain, below our vehicles for land to be given. What does land to be given mean?
it's a land invasion project. Land invasion, yeah.
So this is the tender, it's called the land tender or the demolition tender. I'm not saying that that's what is said in your chats, but this tender I'm putting to you is known as the land tender or the demolition tender. It's to protect city land from land invasion and to demolish shacks if people invade city land. Is that not correct?
Now, are you asking me on top of the question that was asked by Commissioner Kumar? Now,
I'll let you answer Commissioner Kumala's question. I was trying to to speed up that process and
No,
clarify.
I thought you had already answered.
Yes.
Mine was clarification. You are being asked a different question by Advocate Chaskalson.
Okay.
That the tender itself was about protecting city land from land invasions.
That's
and
correct.
to demolish shacks if people have built illegally.
That's correct.
Yes.
And Nico, is that Nico Matubela? Nico, the man outside the city who can help you with compliance.
Nico who?
Nico, you said these are the names that have come back from Nico.
Yes. I don't know his surname. He's a person that is known by general, but I can confirm that it is Nico. Maybe before the Honorable Commission proceed, I'm pressed. Can I? This what I'm sorry, Commissioners.
No problem. Let's adjourn.
So we got to 25 of March, and you'll recall that on the 23rd of March, the General had spoken about Gubis approaching Kane and wanting a meeting, and the CFO, you'd forwarded that to the CFO, and the CFO had said, let him meet, let the General meet with them, and he can report. If we go to page 178, we see a screenshot of a conversation with the General where he gives his report, and you've taken a screenshot of that and you've sent it to the CFO. And there at 18:59 on the screenshot, the General reports to you, afternoon, Captain, I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them they should go back where they've started, Mkhwanazi. I said to them, he's the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mkhwanazi. Protocol must be observed at all cost. So what you are reporting, or what the General has reported to you, is that he's met with Gubis and Kane. He has said to them he's not going to deal directly with them. If they want anything, they must go to the CFO. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question, Councillor?
What the General has reported to you and what you have forwarded to the CFO is that the General met with Gubis and Kane, as he indicated that he would. They were wanting to speak to him and to get arrangements with him. He has told them that they have to deal with Mkhwanazi, in other words, the CFO, that he is the only gateway, they can't go with a back door, and he, the General, will only assist them if he gets an indication from the CFO, because protocol must be observed at all cost. Is that not what the report was saying?
According to my understanding, as I read here, I said, afternoon, Captain, I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. So there is, I would not say those guys are Gubis or not. So there is no way that there is no sentence that mentions Gubis. He said those guys and Kane.
But if you go back to if you go to 516 in file 2.
5-0?
516. In file 2, you'll recall that a few days earlier, the General had said to you, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. I thought we will meet up today so that I could get clarity on something called Mkhwanazi. Kane called me on Friday and asked if that Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. So Kane called him, told him that Gubis wanted to meet up on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mkhwanazi first today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the centre should hold. You recall that?
I recall it.
And you recall the response of the CFO was to tell you, let the General meet with them, and he, the General, will then report to us. We won't meet him. We won't meet with Gubis. The General can meet with Gubis, and we will then get a report from the General. Do you remember that? I mean, if you need to check the actual page, it's 155. That's where you forward the General's message about Gubis and Kane wanting a meeting, and the General response.
155, yeah, okay.
and says, let's let General meet him, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later, Mkhwethu. So, when we see this message at page 522, 4 days after that exchange with the General and the CFO, we see a message saying, "Afternoon, Captain, I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them they should go back where they've started, Mkhwethu. I said to him, he's the only gateway, they can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mkhwethu. Protocol must be observed at all cost." That is a reference to the meeting with Gubis and Kane that he was instructed to have without you and without the CFO, and thereafter to report to you. Do you accept that?
No?
Well, I put it to you that denial is a false denial. Let's see what happens after this. Page 178, you forward that exchange with the General. You forward it to the CFO, along with your response, "Nice one, General, let me inform Mkhwethu." You see that?
That's correct.
What was nice about the General's response to Kane and those guys? What did you like about it that you wanted to inform Mkhwethu?
I think what was nice, it was when the General sent me a message that he said, they must follow protocol. I think protocol is to follow proper channels to go to the offices there at Tshwane.
And in this case, the appropriate person to approach for complaints around this tender was the CFO. Remember, they were complaining about the tender.
Can you repeat that question?
Are you saying that the appropriate person to approach in relation to complaints about the CFO, about the tender, is the CFO? You should go to the CFO if you have a complaint about a tender.
I don't know what is the proper channels to complain about the tender in Tshwane, so I cannot comment on that.
Well, let's go a little bit further. Still on the 27th.
Page?
Same, 179. You've now said, "Nice one, General, let me inform Mkhwethu." You've said, "Nice one, General, let me inform Mkhwethu," to the General. You forwarded that screenshot to the CFO. And then at screen time 5:49:51, which is 7:49:51, the CFO forwards you a call log that shows 3 calls from Nhlanhla. Who is Nhlanhla?
Is someone I know from Soshanguve.
Is he a nephew of Mr. Sibanyoni?
That's correct.
Is he associated with Gubis?
I don't know.
I see. Let's go down to page 181. And we see the CFO forwards you another call log where missed calls from Nhlanhla are circled. You see it goes over to 182. And you send some laughing emojis saying, "He's looking for you." I want to put to you that what's happening in this case is that the General has had a meeting with Mr. Mkhwanazi in relation to Gubis. He said, "Don't speak to me, speak to the CFO. The CFO has then approved of that course, and now Mr. Mkhwanazi is desperately trying on behalf of Gubis to get hold of the CFO. That's what we're seeing. I put it that to you, that's what we're seeing. You want to comment on that?
I would not comment on the missed calls of the CFO.
So you're not denying what I'm saying is correct, you're just saying you can't confirm it.
I'm not going to comment on the missed calls of the CFO.
But you did comment at the time. You sent 4 laughing emojis and the message, he's looking for you.
I'm saying I'm not going to comment on what you said earlier, that the general has turned down Mr. Mkhwanazi. Now Mr. Mkhwanazi is frustrated. He's calling the CFO, and the CFO don't answer his phone. I'm saying I cannot comment on that.
Well, let's see how you deal with this in relation to the general. Can you go back to, so go down to 608 in file 2.
File 2, 608.
And there you'll see that at 5 to 8 on the night of 27th of March, you forward to the CFO a screenshot of your exchanges you forward to the general a screenshot of your exchanges with the CFO. So it starts with the mini screenshot of the general's exchanges with you that you've sent to the CFO. And the CFO's response, thanks my brother, this is the way, much appreciated, missed call, voice call, and then the missed calls from Nhlanhla. So you are telling the general that after he indicated to Kane and those guys that they must approach the CFO, Mr. Mkhwanazi has been trying hard to get hold of the CFO. Is that not what was happening?
I cannot comment on that.
Now, your version all along as to why you were sending out lists of preferred vehicles is that this was for a third party to check on compliance and that those vehicles were all compliant. Let's go to page 525.
Before you do that, at that page 608, the very last one that you looked at, Sergeant, you don't have to go there. This is the one where you forward these screenshots, including, you forward to the general, including the missed calls to the CFO from Mr. Nhlanhla. Why are you sending this log of missed calls from Mr. Mkhwanazi to Mr. Mnisi? Why are you sending this to General Dlamini?
Okay. I think, can you please repeat that question, my honorable commissioner?
The page that you were looking at just now, and you don't need to go there.
That's
I'll
correct.
remind you what it is. This is page 608, and this is you forwarding to General Dlamini a screenshot of your exchanges with the CFO, Mr. Mnisi. And the last 2 screenshots on that page are the missed calls that Mr. Chaskalson has been discussing with you. these are the calls from Mr. Nhlanhla. There's 2 calls and then there's 1 missed call. My question is, why are you sending these call logs, these missed calls? Why are you sending that screenshot to General Dlamini?
I can't remember, I think, why did I send them, Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
So at 5:25, we see that on the 13th of April, in chat 3 and chat 4, the General sends you a preliminary list of non-compliance issues. I'm putting it to you that this is a preliminary list of non-compliance issues with the Ngapesha bid, Ngapesha. The first is they need a lease agreement for the company and the director for rates and taxes. The second is they need some piece that the tender presumably required relating to the interpretation of the Prevention of Illegal Evictions Act. The third is that they need 3 years financials to be done by an independent auditor and signed or certified that they've been audited. The fourth is that they need a lease agreement for vehicles. They'd apparently submitted a document which was a quotation from Avis, and the tender required an agreement with photographs of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. The fifth non-compliance was that there was public liability insurance for 10 million that was needed. And underneath this list, he says to you, "Afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents." Now, is he saying to you that in order to rectify his non-compliant tender, your brother must now produce those 5 documents? Is that what he was saying?
Interpreter?
Okushoyo wena ukuthi bathi lapha kufanele kube nalawo ma-document asubmithwayo ubhuti wakho kufanele awakhiphe abonise ukuthi bayacomplya kunezinto akufanele bacomplye ngazo ezifakwe kuhla lapha ngaphezulu lapho kubhalwe khona lo mlayezo.
Cha.
No.
What was he saying?
Wangabe wayithini ke manje?
Angisawukhumbuli kahle lo mbuzo or noma lengxoxo ubaba Dlamini owayisenda kimi ukuthi yayichazani kahle kahle.
I can no longer recall this message that Mr. Dlamini sent to me, what it explained.
Well, maybe if you go to the next page, 526, and you see your response to the General, that will help. First message. General, I spoke to Becky now. He tells me he's spoken to Nico when he was busy with documents of El Shaddai. Nico promised to help, but he's no longer answering his phone. Please check, Nico. I will push Becky. These people must know it's one thing, and they must work as a team, not the other way. Please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. What couldn't you lose?
Okay, I think it was with regard to the guy by the name of Nico, who is a tender document specialist with regards to help in terms of the document and the compliance of the said companies.
So Nico was there to ensure that the bids would be compliant. This is now more than 6 months after the deadline for bid submission, and Nico is not helping to fix up potential problems with compliance in your brother's bid. Is that what's happening?
Can you repeat that, so that I must answer you accordingly?
Nico was there to assist with compliance.
That's correct.
It is now 6 months since the bid submission deadline. Remember, the bid submission deadline was in October. It's
That's
now
correct.
April. And Nico has still not done what he should have done to ensure that the bid was compliant. Is that correct?
No. To answer that, according to my understanding or little knowledge about the project, once the project has been closed, there is no way that you can submit any further document. In this matter, I think it was another project in Mpumalanga that was to take place. So I'm thinking that it was with this regard where I was talking to the general about pay.
But why would you speak to the general about a project in Mpumalanga?
Remember now, the general has got knowledgeable about security project. That is the reason he referred me to this Nico. So I'm always involving him when it comes to this Nico person.
Well, let's go further, because I think it's fairly clear that the non-compliance was in relation to tender number 1 of 24-25 in Tshwane. But before we go further, just the next chat on that page, the general says, "I spoke to both of them now, Captain." And that screenshot of his phone, you'll see at page 326.
Which page?
326, 326. I'm so sorry, it's chat 326, it's page 615. I'm sorry, it's file 2, page 615. I apologize for that. And you'll see that chat is a chat between the general, Becky Fana, who I presume is the general's name for your brother, and Nico Matobela. You see?
That's correct, I see.
And so we can assume that Nico's surname is Matobela, or at least that the general saves him as Nico Matobela.
That's correct.
And now, you said that these exchanges related to a project in Mpumalanga. Can we go to page 228? Do you have 228?
That's correct.
And this is now your chat with the general on the 24th of April. And if you see the message from the general at message time 12:39, which would be 2:39 p.m. on the 24th of April. The general says, Ngapesher is grade B and has nothing in the documents. Mkhwanazi, please send to US and request him to provide him with information for the correction. We need grade A guards. We need grade A guards. So the general is saying that your brother's bid says only grade B and that the bid that the city needs is grade A. And he's saying, send to the general, request him to provide with information for the correction. So these exchanges about deficiencies in the bid had to do with tender 1 of 24-25, did they not? Do you have an answer to that?
I'm confused, Commissioner Kumala. Maybe my honorable member is asking or is commenting. So that's why I'm listening. What is the next move from here?
To be fair to him, Advocate Chaskalson, you did not invite him to come.
Sorry. Well, I did finish at the end, did they not? Which was a fairly oblique question. Well, I'm putting to you that these deficiencies in the bid that you were talking to the general about were deficiencies in a bid relating to a Tshwane tender number 1 of 24-25, which you, the CFO, and the general were hoping to rectify more than 6 months after the bid closure, the bid submission deadline. That's what I'm putting to you. Do you want to respond to that?
That's incorrect.
Well, before I ask you to amplify, let me take you to a further set of chats. Can we then go to page 530? And there you will see from chat number 3 all the way through to the next page, there are a series of pictures that the general sends you. And what those pictures are, you'll see at pages 616 onwards. So let's go to 616, because then we can actually see what the general sent you. The first picture is a picture at page 616, and it's a picture of your brother's certificate of registration with the Security Industry Regulatory Authority. You see it?
That's correct.
And you'll see it has a grade B certification. If you look at, it says just below the date of issue, it says recognized training qualification as date of issue, grade B. You see it?
That's correct.
And you'll recall that the CFO said that we, in other words, Tshwane, need grade A.
That's correct.
Let's look at the next one. Next page, page 217. This is a letter of good standing, and from 617, the next page. All of these pages will be sequential. If you look at the directors of the company, your brother is listed as the only director, and on the far right, his training status is grade B. And you'll recall that the requirement was for grade A. You recall that?
I don't know if I understand maybe this certificate correctly, but according to me here, I see grade A, B, C, D, E. in page 617.
No, Captain, those are the registered employees, so the active employees of the company.
Okay.
Advocate, just maybe they can put it up. It was up on the screen.
No, it's fine here.
You can see it here, yeah. So what he's talking about is just below grade A, B, C, D, E is the director's name or the member's name. And then it has your brother as the only director. And if you follow that line to the extreme right, his training status is then B. That's the one he's referring to.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Then if we go over the page, we see that someone has helpfully listed 6 different issues of non-compliance on a post-it stamp. The first is that the certificate, the PSIRA company certificate is not certified, the company is not certified. The second is that the director is grade B. The third is that the letter of good standing is also indicating grade B. The fourth, firearms, no licensed firearm registration. Fifth, no proof that you are up to date with Provident Fund, that would be Provident Fund contributions. The sixth, I don't fully understand, it says SOP, check pages 10, 13, and 19. Let's go to the next page because it doesn't stop at 6, in fact it goes on to 12. The seventh is to do with an Nkasa lease agreement or an Nkasa license, which apparently was missing. The eighth was that there was no bank rating. The ninth was that there was no list of tools and vehicles or photographs of tools and vehicles. The 10th was that there was no reference provided, no references and no experience indicated. The 11th was that the wrong CSD report was attached. And the 12th was that there were no rates and taxes clearance certificates from, well, the company was in arrears and hadn't shown a lease, and there was no rates and taxes certificate supplied in relation to the director. So there were 12 independent grounds on which your brother's bid should have been disqualified, I want to put to you. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
Well, let's move on. Let's go to 620. Let's look at the CSD registration report that was provided. The CSD registration report, at least according to whoever prepared this list, was not for your brother's company, it was for a company called Gabela 2 Trading and Projects. You see that?
That's correct.
If we go back to 531, there was a separate problem, which the General pointed out to you.
That is 500 then?
31. There at the top of 531, you'll see that the General also pointed out, and this was on the 24th of April 2025, more than 6 months after the bid submission deadline, that there was no auditor's letter. So what I want to put to you is the following propositions. I'll put them sequentially and then you can respond to them one after the other. Let me put them all to you. The first is that your brother's bid was manifestly non-compliant and should have been disqualified on any one of 12 different grounds. That's the first. The second is that you, the General and the CFO, conspired to ensure that this manifestly non-compliant bid was nonetheless awarded the tender. The fourth is that you achieved that outcome by impermissibly altering the bid and supplementing the bid at a date more than 6 months after the bid submission deadline, at which point no additional documents and no changes ought to have been capable of being made to the bid. And the last proposition is that this entire process was orchestrated in a manner that the CFO and the General never communicated directly with each other in a manner that would leave an electronic trail of what they were doing, but instead communicated indirectly through you. So those are the propositions. The first one is that your brother's bid ought to have been disqualified on any one of 12 different independent grounds. What's your response to that?
Firstly, the statement that you just uttered is false. Myself, the CFO and the General did not orchestrate anything. According to me, or my understanding, by the time when my brother submitted such documents for the tender that was closed 6 months before, all the documents were there because were compiled by the tender document specialist. So there is no way on earth that 6 months later or 6 months down the line, there were going to be documents that are not there. According to me now, or the way it happened here, I did not ask for the General's intervention in terms of communicating with Nico only on the Tshwane project, even in other provinces. This project was merely or barely meant for Mpumalanga, Matthew Posa municipality, or more, something like that.
But Sergeant, why would the General Dlamini be talking to you about, in this kind of detail, telling you that the tender is the respects in which the tender is non-compliant? Why would he be telling you that in respect of Mpumalanga tender? And why are you talking to the CFO about it?
Okay, it was the matter of knocking doors, Commissioner, that my brother don't know, places or people in wherever other than Tshwane. So I'm bringing this to the Commission that the reason this was done later, it is not because they were added to a file that already the project was closed. It's the ongoing project. Ongoing project.
Are you saying now that General Dlamini was also assisting your brother to prepare tender documents? It's no longer Nico now.
No. I'm not saying that,
Yes.
Commissioner. I'm saying through General Dlamini, Nico is the one who's doing all the documents. Now, the General makes sure, because if he's the one who recommended Nico, that Nico does what is expected of him. With regards to this project, there is no way that my brother's company would have short of papers 6 months later. There is no way.
Okay, let's take one example. The certificate that has been given shows a grade B
Yes.
I think, training. It shows that. And you have a message which says we need grade A guards. That's what you get told. We need grade A guards. Now, explain why this has to do with Mpumalanga, with the Mpumalanga tender coming from General Dlamini. General Dlamini says we need grade A. We know he's in Tshwane. We know you're talking to the CFO of Tshwane. What does this have to do? We need a grade A. What does it have to do with Mpumalanga? Or these two people, what do they have to do with Mpumalanga?
Okay. According to me now, or what transpired, the general received this message from Nico. That is now what I'm thinking. Now, the CFO is going to knock on the doors in Mpumalanga, but it was not all about the Tshwane project, because already it was closed 6 months prior.
Now, if the general received this from Nico, why is, because you said Nico is assisting your brother. He's not assisting the general. That's your evidence.
That's correct.
Assisting your brother with tenders. Why would Nico send this to the general instead of to your brother? Because according to you, your brother is being assisted by Nico. He was, in fact, I think you said, Nico or your brother was referred to Nico.
That's correct.
To assist him. Why is the general involved with this?
Now, general is involved because if I ask him to intervene between Peggy and Nico, and I assume that the reason that Nico was sending the general now is because maybe Peggy was playful or was not taking serious or was too busy. I might not know. That is the reason when you find in previous chart, I would say to the general, can you please intervene between Nico and Peggy so that there must be a progress. But I still stand by my statement that when that project was closed, my brother had already complied with everything. So this is an ongoing application of other tenders.
Thank you.
Can I put one last question, or one last set of questions to you, Sergeant? We know your brother's company was awarded the tender. Did El Shaddai get the tender also?
According to me, yes.
What about Gubis?
I don't know.
I want to put it to you that Gubis did get the tender as well. I want to put to you something that I would seek your comment on, because if you go back to page 177.
Which file?
File 1. You'll see that on the 25th of March.
That is 177.
177.
Okay.
On the 25th of March, when you forwarded to the CFO the list of vehicles for land to be given in order of priority, there were 7 companies which did not include Gubis. You recall that?
That is the 25th of March, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
What also happened on the 25th of March is that you got a report from the General that he'd met with Kane and those guys today, and he told them that they should go back where they've started Kumfuetu. He told them that Mfowethu is the only gateway, they can't go with a back door, that the general would only assist them if he got an indication from Mfowethu to assist them, and the protocol had to be observed. That was on the 27th, sorry, that was on the 27th of March. That's at page 522.
Also 178, so that you don't move around.
178.
Yeah, the next page.
Oh. And then suddenly Nhlanhla started trying to contact the CFO. And then at the end of the process, Gubis made its way onto the list of people who did get the tender. I want to put to you that what happened in this case, is that Gubis were not on the list. They complained to the general. The general said, don't speak to me, there's only one gateway, it's the CFO. Nhlanhla then started calling the CFO regularly, and then lo and behold, Gubis find their way onto the list. What's your response to that?
I wouldn't comment on that because I would not comment on that.
Thank you. Sergeant, we've gone way past 4, and I'm about to shift to another topic altogether. So unless the commissioners want to keep sitting, I'm happy to take a break here. Commissioners seem disinclined to continue sitting.
I'll ask my questions on this tomorrow. Or perhaps just, it won't be long. Sergeant, in response to a much earlier question by Mr. Shaskalsin and a question by Commissioner Baloyi, you said that your brothers, that is Ngapesheya, your brother's company's documents were compliant as at the time of submission. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, the date of submission, or rather the deadline, was in 2024. Is that correct?
Which page is that, Commissioner?
Look at 566, page 566. That's when Tshwane has put together a list of all the companies that had put in bids. So they would only do that if it's already past the deadline. And according to that document at the top, it's the deadline was the 2nd of October, 2024. So you must accept that, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, what I want to understand is, do you think that the general could have said that some documents were outstanding in respect of Ngapesheya if they were in fact not outstanding?
Okay, can you repeat that, my honorable question?
Do you think that the general would have said that some of Ngapesheya's documents were outstanding when in fact they were not outstanding?
I just want maybe when I respond, I must not respond maybe negatively or wrongfully. According to my understanding now, Commissioner, is that The document that the general sent to me, it had nothing to do.
No, please don't anticipate the next question I'm going to ask, Sergeant. Please, just answer the one that I've already asked. Do you think that the general would have said that there were documents that Ngapesheya had not submitted, if in fact, as at the deadline, Ngapesheya had submitted all the documents that were required?
The general would never do that.
Sorry?
He would never do that.
He would not do that. Now, remember, we have agreed that the deadline was towards the end of 2024. Mr. Shaskalson took you to a chat at page 525 on file 2, page 525. And there at chat number 3, there's a list of 5 documents that are said to be outstanding. That's the general. And the general is communicating with you. So it's not just that list. In the next chat number 4, the general then says, "Afternoon, Captain. I trust you are well and your family. Please push Peggy being your brother, correct?
That's correct.
Please push Peggy to submit the above documents." That's the list of the 5 documents in chat number 3. Obviously, that means those documents are outstanding, and this is as at 4 October 2020. No, 13 April, I'm sorry. This is as at 13 April 2025. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, the effect of this is that these documents are outstanding and the general is asking you to push Peggy to submit them. And you could only be asked to push Peggy to submit the documents if the documents were indeed outstanding, correct?
But not on this tender. I'm thinking on other ones, but not on this one.
Is that a Tshwane tender as well?
No.
So you're going back to the Mpumalanga thing, the Mpumalanga story.
Or maybe it's, I did not understand your question correctly.
So I'm saying, are you saying that this relates to the Mpumalanga tender that you referred to in response to Commissioner Baloyi?
I can, maybe the interpreter can intervene.
You say that the outstanding documents listed here by the general do not relate to the tender that we have been discussing. Did you not just say so?
I can't recall that.
Or which tender did these documents relate to? The documents listed in chat number 3, which tender did they relate to?
Commissioner, I can't even recall. My mind is...
You've just said they did not relate to the Tshwane tender that we've been talking about. So if you know that they did not relate to that tender, that must be because you know which tender they related to. So which tender did they relate to?
Okay, I think they related to the Tshwane one.
To the very one we've been discussing throughout.
Yes.
Then my earlier question stands, which is that as at 13 April 2025, that means at the very least 5 documents were outstanding in respect of your brother's tender. Correct? It follows as a matter of course, it's only logical.
No, they were not outstanding, commissioners.
What did the general mean then? Did the general not mean that these documents were outstanding?
He meant they were outstanding, but not on this project.
I will stop. I will stop here because it seems we are moving in circles. I will leave it, General.
Can I ask just one
I will
question?
leave it, Sergeant. I'm sorry for promoting you.
Sergeant Nkosi, why would the CFO of Tshwane and the General Dlamini, be discussing with you a tender in Mpumalanga? Why would the CFO of Tshwane have any interest in assisting you in a tender in Mpumalanga?
Okay, according to me, it is not the matter of maybe in a bad way, but it's trying to help where you could.
Is that what you say he was doing? He was helping you where he could in relation to a tender in Mpumalanga.
In the mall, yes.
And it's just a coincidence that around the same time, they were evaluating a tender, a security tender in the city of Tshwane, which your brother had bid for. So it was just a coincidence that while he's helping you with a bid in Mpumalanga, they are also evaluating a bid in Tshwane, where your brother has submitted a bid. That's just a coincidence.
That is my submission to my honorable.
And do you think it's proper that the CFO of Tshwane, while evaluating a tender in which your brother has submitted a bid, is also assisting you in relation to a bid in another municipality?
No. He was, Commissioner, he was not assisting as in assisting. He was knocking on doors. I'm just saying.
Knocking on doors for you or your brother, that's assistance. So while he's evaluating your brother's bid in Tshwane, at the same time, you're forwarding to him things that relate to a tender in Mpumalanga, and he's helping you with that, at the same time that he's evaluating your brother's tender in Tshwane. And what I find exceptionally odd is this. If you had submitted all these documents in the Tshwane bid, you wouldn't have a problem because the CFO of Tshwane would say, oh no, you already have these documents, you've submitted them to us. You can use the same documents in the bid in Mpumalanga. Because you don't need multiple annual financial statements. If you've got one set, you use the same set. If you've got one SIRA certificate and it is certified, if you've got one SIRA letter of good standing and it is certified, in the same calendar year, you can use all those documents. It's highly improbable that for Tshwane you would have been compliant, but for Mpumalanga you would not be compliant. It just doesn't make sense.
Sometimes it does, Commissioner.
No, not in the same financial year, no. In a different year, maybe. If you look at the SIRA certificate, for example, it expires in 2026. So the same certificate could have been used.
You would find that at that particular time when my brother submitted those documents, they did not have, maybe he might have misplaced them somewhere. So that's why that even, that can also add that why it was outstanding.
Yes, but then you could get them from the CFO. You could say, CFO, can I have the documents that I've submitted with you? I need to use them in another tender in Mpumalanga because I'm already compliant. Because a SIRA certificate is a SIRA certificate. It does not change. So look at page 616. That certificate expires on 10 January 2026. It was issued on the 10th of January 2024, 11 Jan 2024. It would not have changed because that is the certificate that applied during the relevant period. And the same thing with the SIRA letter of good standing on the next page. The issue was they were not certified. So if your answer to the chair is that the ones submitted to Tshwane were certified, then that's all you needed to do, obtain those ones and use them in Mpumalanga. So your position that we were compliant in Tshwane, but from Mpumalanga we would not have been compliant, it doesn't make sense.
Sergeant Nkosi, do you realize that it's a matter of relative ease for documents to be obtained, if there are any, and please underline if there are any, in respect of the Mpumalanga tender that you are referring to? Do you realize that?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
Do you realize that it's a matter of relative ease for documents relating to the Mpumalanga tender that you are referring to, if any such tender exists? Do you realize that? Can you please interpret, Ms. Maria? I'm sure you can. I've asked the question twice.
Uyabona ukuthi bekulula
Kulula khona manje.
kulula ukuthola lawo ma document ukuthi asebenze eMpumalanga ngoba ngabe ebekhona ebetholakele kule tender.
Kulula ukuthi atholakale khona manje. Kulula ukuthi. Uyakubona lokho, uyakuqonda lokho.
Okay. Ukuthi ngimuzwe kahle uCommissioner uthi ungabe lama document bekakade ekhona eTshwane bengeke kube inkinga ukuthi abe khona naseMpumalanga. Cha.
Namanje kulula manje.
Yeah. Ukuthi amaphepha ale tender okhuluma ngayo kulula ukuthi angatholakala eMpumalanga uma ekhona. Uyaqonda lokho?
Yes, good.
Kulula ukuthi atholakale khona manje. Angithi?
That's correct, Thomas.
Yes. As you sit there, are you saying that such a tender was indeed issued, and that if inquiries relating to that tender are made, documents relating to it can be found?
Kunjalo, Commissioner.
What exactly was this tender? What was the work that was required to be done in terms of that tender?
Bekugada mall according to the information.
A mall belonging to whom?
Somewhere in Mkhwanazi municipality. But I can't be sure exactly which department, but somewhere in Mkhwanazi.
I'm saying mall belonging to whom, Sergeant Nkosi?
I don't know. Maybe
I heard you refer to, just a minute. I heard you refer to a department, so I was suggesting that this could possibly have been a mall belonging to a department.
Maybe I put it wrongfully when I say a mall, but it was some entity there in Mpumalanga. But I remember that it was Mkhwanazi, somewhere there.
Mkhwanazi municipality.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Oh, may I ask between you and your attorneys to try to obtain the documents relating to that tender?
That's correct.
All right.
May I, while you noting that you are still going to get those documents, may I just show you that this exchange it wasn't about knocking on doors trying to get business, but in fact related to a tender that has been submitted already. Mr. Chaskalson has said to you this was Tshwane, you say it's in Mpumalanga, but in any case, it is a tender that has been submitted and that you should not be interfering with. If you look at page 525, chat 3, which lists, the chair has taken you through the documents that are listed there. If you look at item 4, that tells you that it is a shortcoming in a tender that has been submitted. It says, lease agreement of vehicles. The document submitted, underline that, submitted of Avis is a quotation, and we need an agreement with photos of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. Now, you have said the 5-ton truck was required for the Tshwane tender earlier on in your discussion with Mr. Chaskalson. Now you're saying this related to guarding a mall. Maybe tomorrow you'll explain why you need a 5-ton truck for that. But more importantly, in that item 4, it says Beggy has submitted the wrong document, a quotation instead of an agreement. So that's the clearest indicator, the reference to what has been submitted and that is required to be corrected, 1. 2, that the photos including a 5-ton truck, which you told us earlier, that was required for this tender. This is the Tshwane tender. Those are clear indicators that this relates to a tender that had been submitted and corrections are being sought to be made. And your response in page 526 is very much consistent with a tender that has been submitted that must still be decided. And I'm going to read just the last 2 lines. You say, please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. So this is not about knocking at doors. This is about a tender whose decision is pending. And you're asking the general to press so that you don't lose. You cannot lose. This is something you've been waiting for a while. If this was about knocking on doors, then there's nothing to it. There's nothing specific that you've been waiting for a while. You're going to be, as you tell us, Mr. Mnisi will be knocking doors and hope to get a contract. But here, it's a very specific contract. And I'm putting to you that you're not being truthful when you say this is Mpumalanga and it's about knocking on doors and you hope that you hit something when you knock doors. This is specific. This is a Tshwane tender, and everything that you say about Mpumalanga is untruthful, in fact. But I say that mindful that the chair has said you must provide documents of that Mpumalanga tender that you were dealing with. Do you have any comment to what I've said?
No comment.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.